I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
I will. Michael Bowles.
Present.
Stephanie Nowers.
Here.
Dee McKee.
Yep.
Maxwell Sumner.
Present.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier.
Present.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there anything any of the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, you got a long one? All right. You okay? Okay, all right. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Oh, Deputy Mayor.
I move to remove ordinance 26-016 under unfinished business from the agenda and have it come back to the assembly on August 18th, 2026.
Okay. Are there objections? Everybody follow that okay? Everybody follow that okay? Is there any objections? Okay. All righty. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, then the agenda is approved. We'll all stand with me, and Mr. Attorney, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There are no minutes that are being presented. Reports and correspondence agency, let's see, do we have anybody from either of the three cities? Okay, I don't see anybody. School district? No. State, I don't see Todd either. Okay. And I understand we did not have any joint assembly school board committee meetings, right? Okay. Are there any public relations reports? Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, I had the pleasure today of attending a function out in Sutton, and it was the girls' state. They have a boys' state and a girls' state every year. This year they didn't have any boys, but they have 9 girls attending girls' state, and it's where I'm going to stand up. It's where kids in junior and high school learn about what government is, how it works, what the process is. It's the most marvelous thing. My son went through it, and I hadn't heard about it for years. But they develop bills. These kids actually took part of the application process. They had to come up with a bill that they thought was really important, and these kids could defend they had a format, but when they defended it to us, it was like, where did they come from? They came from families like you who care. That's why you're here. And they've taught their kids to be involved in government. And they're graduating on Saturday, and it's going to be out at the Sutton Elks. There's a lake out there. If anybody wants to go, they are so enthusiastic. You get jaded after a while, but these kids are like into it. And I was just so delighted, and I've invited the mayor, if she possibly can, to go out and show these young ladies how important this is. I grew up with 4 brothers, so I know how it is to compete with the guys. And so that's what they're doing. I just want to make you all aware of it. If anybody came out and said hello and asked them a question, they would just flip. So it's there, Saturday at 11. Yeah.
Any other public relations reports? Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah. Last Friday, I was at a campaign event for U.S. Senator Dan Sullivan. Looked around and I saw that there were 3 other assembly members there. inadvertently. It was a last minute invitation for me. So, there was no borough business discussed. I think the only communication between the assembly members was there was introductions of people that were there. And I did leave early.
Assemblyperson Bowles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to bring up and highlight the Cleans program in Sutton. I know that staff are going to discuss this, but I just want to express how outstanding of a program this is that the borough has. On the campaign trail and just in this position, sometimes we hear, from fellow residents that we don't see our taxpayer money being used. Well, this is absolutely your taxpayer money being used in creating a better quality of life wherever this Cleans program occurs. It occurred in Willowall last year and in Sutton just this past weekend. And there's some volunteers here. Michelle Hune was out there. I was there on Saturday. And so this isn't just a Sutton community event. People from around the borough showed up to help. And I just want to thank the borough staff, Jason and Wade, borough manager, for this, and the people, good people in Sutton, the community council there that headed this up. It's an outstanding program. I hope to see this program stick around for many, many years to come. The only other thing is, I don't think that we crossed any lines at the North Lakes Community Council. We kind of, one jumped off, one jumped on, 4 different assembly members, but never at the same time. So, but we didn't discuss anything when there was more than 3 of us at the meeting. So I just want to make sure that that's disclosed publicly, but there was never more than 3 of us at the meeting at the same time. But that's it.
Okay, Assemblyperson
Yeah,
Fauna?
I'll add whatever Mr. Sumner said. I was also at the same meeting. Did not discuss anything with anyone, but there was I was there present as well.
And I too was there, but there was no borough business discussed at all.
I was the fourth, but the Zoom wasn't working, so I couldn't hear anything. So I certainly couldn't discuss anything because there was no sound on my end.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Yeah, I think there's a little confusion. I was talking about Dan Sullivan campaign event. They were also talking about North Lakes Community Council, where I believe, Stephanie, you were logged in first. You logged out because you couldn't hear anything. I logged in. I couldn't hear anything, and then I left too. So it wasn't, definitely no borough discussion was made when you couldn't hear anything.
Okay. So last Wednesday afternoon, I testified on your behalf on House Bill 381. And today I've been asked to testify. I did that in person because we went into Anchorage, and there wasn't any of the rest of you guys there, but I carried your message forth. And then this coming Wednesday, I will testify at the Senate on it's all on the LNG project. And I just relate to them the official action that all of you have taken. And and they're all being invited testimony. Okay. Any other public relations items? Okay. Mr. Brown, do you have a report? You do not? Okay. Mr. Attorney, do you have a report? Okay. Madam Clerk.
The clerk's report is in your red folder. It contains the upcoming meeting schedule, election, upcoming dates, in reference to candidate filing and when items need to be adopted for ballot propositions to go on the ballot, and then the quasi judicial report.
Okay. Any questions for the clerk? Okay. The next item on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence by the Assembly? Okay. Okay, we do have some information memorandums, no? Okay. So special orders is now time for audience participation. We do have a sign-up sheet, and is our policy. We will take the people that have signed up And then we will ask for comments from others that haven't testified, and then we'll go online, and Caleb is shaking his head yes, so we will have quite a few. So under audience participation, you can address the assembly and present in 3 minutes anything to them, whether it's on the agenda or not. So the first person we have is that Linda Exley? Oxley, Linda? Okay.
Linda, can I get you to turn the mic on? It's the green button, and you can just leave it on. Thank
There we
you.
go. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I am Linda Oxley, past chair and representing Waco. Our group will present compelling information that will make it clear that the Zero Lake location for a shooting range designation is not now nor in the future able to be actualized safely. In your binder, I'm addressing the section called an introduction. Waco sponsored a task force that met for 5 years, creating the comp plan that was adopted by your predecessors in August of 2013. This 90-page document highlights who we are, how we live, and what our expectations for support are. It is the last document in your binder for future reference. Our vision and goals provide the framework for our opposition. The Willard Area Community Organization Comp Plan is intended to provide for planned and orderly growth in the Willard area while enhancing economic opportunities, respecting individual property rights, and preserving the area's scenic, recreational, rural, agricultural, and residential qualities. The community will work together to respond to challenges and opportunities. There are 6 goals, all of which are impacted badly by this possible classification. The 2 that are most thoroughly involved are respecting existing private property rights while minimizing impacts to neighboring properties, and 6, preserving the area's scenic, recreational, and quiet residential qualities. I confirmed with Ed McCann, who is one of our community's farmers, and he was the co-chair for the task force, that not once in 5 years of meetings that were 30 strong meetings with almost 30 eclectic members of our community, not once did that group, nor did a single testimony, request or bring up the need for a shooting range. One aspect of the decision is the fact that Zero Lake Trail, which is being used to access private property now, is fully owned by the state of Alaska and private landowners, not by the borough. Choosing a rural lifestyle meant that we live with the losses and gains in that decision. We lose easy access and lower prices for food and other shopping. We lose access to specialty health care and a range of educational opportunities. Many of us also lose access to a job close to home and must commute. But what we gain is peace, quiet, nighttime darkness, and easy, healthy outdoor access. People don't want a shooting range next to their homes, whether urban or rural. We respectfully come to your urban communities for what we don't have. We don't make a lot of noise. We don't leave a mess behind us, nor do we disrupt the lives of people living there. In return, we offer a wonderful place for you and neighbors to come and decompress from having chosen to live in an urban environment. And we expect that same respect as you enjoy the outdoor experiences that our lives offer to you. Trail use, hunting, fishing, viewing wildlife, and surroundings that are left to be natural. Please hang on to these binders, and if you need any further information, we'll be happy to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy McDonald?
I'm Sandy McDonald, and I'd like to know that we met with Peter Burton, and he had suggested that the assembly had requested that he look for a piece of property that would have 3 prerequisites to picking a location. One would be that it was Mat-Su owned and that it was in District 7, 2, that it had road access, and 3, that it would have minimal impact on residents. Well, I'd like to make known to you another property that is borough-owned. It does have road access, and it would have minimal impact. It is located in the city of Houston on Millers Reach Road. You have the maps in your binder, and you can take a look at it, and we've also talked to Peter about that. The other concern that I have is that you have a part of your ordinance is the best interest finding report. and there are actually misrepresentations, untruth statements in this report. The first one is in section D6 under easements, and it says a public easement exists for Zero Lake Road. I've also applied for a permit and was here in platting. The only existing ADL number is in my name, and it shows on your maps as a road. It's not a road. It's my easement that I applied for and never followed through on because of the cost. A cost for a road up Zero Lake Road would be millions of dollars. And hence, I do not live on my 80 acres over Zero Lake Road because of the cost of the road. That has not been considered in this proposal. So that is untrue. There is not a public access. Maybe for hiking, but not for a shooting range. Number two, in section F of the report, it also says surrounding land use. You're considering this primarily undeveloped and used for residential. We live there. We don't use it for residential. And primarily undeveloped, if that means that we pay for taxes on 40, 80, 10, 15 acres is undeveloped, that's what we pay for. That's what we pay our taxes for, to live on large acres. The group of us has over 682 acres in that area. And if we were to choose in the future, as this shooting range is speaking about, it would bring us up to 682 parcels. I consider that land to be well developed. And the other concern is land use plans by the Willow. It is the law also that they do not have to include everything in their comp plan. That this is approved by the borough, and they are not limited to what is in their comp plan. And there is another one also,
Ma'am,
and it
will you
is
wrap it
on.
up, please?
Yeah, I will wrap it up. In existing infrastructure. Again, the road is not a road, it is a trail. Thank you.
Darcy Morgan?
Thank you. My name is Darcy Morgan, and I am Section 3 of your binder. I'm the property owner located directly next to this proposed shooting range. If you shoot on the shooting range, you'd be shooting at me in my cabin, less than a quarter mile downrange. My discussion is about safety. This discussion is not about whether shooting sports are good or bad. It's not about the rights of responsible gun owners. It's about whether placing a shooting range in close proximity to private property creates unnecessary safety risk. Based on this data that you will find in Section 3, there's a map that demonstrates how far these commonly used weapons that are used in Alaska all the time can travel and cause life-threatening injuries or death. On the map, there are two house icons. My property is one of those. Kelton's is another. Firearms are designed to project bullets over long distances. Depending on the caliber, a bullet can travel several miles if it leaves the intended impact area. Because of this reality, professional range design is built around one fundamental principle: containment. Every bullet fired must be expected, controlled, and safely stopped. That's why properly designed ranges use backstops, side berms, safety fans, etc. These safety measures acknowledge one simple fact: human error occurs. Firearms malfunction. Shooters make mistakes. Even well-managed facilities must plan for the unexpected. While a range located near homes, the margin for error becomes much smaller. A bullet that escapes containment doesn't land in an empty field. It enters an area where families live, children play, dogs run free, and neighbors work and recreate on their properties. My personal property is located less than a quarter mile downrange and at a higher elevation. This means an accidental discharge could kill me or someone on my property. Safety experts don't rely on assumptions that every shot will be perfect. They design around worst case scenarios. What happens if a shooter misses? If a round ricochets, if berms erode, or if rules are ignored? The closer a range is to residential property, the less room there is to account for those potential life-threatening possibilities. In this case, private property is located right next door to the proposed shooting range. While supporters may argue that accidents are rare, I don't want to be one of those accidents. No reasonable person would knowingly build a facility with potential projectile hazards next to homes. This is unprecedented placement. Beyond the immediate safety concerns, the proposal raises an important question about the precedent you set as an assembly and what you do to people's private properties. Approving a shooting range designation is in an extremely close proximity is more dangerous than I can imagine. It's unprecedented. It's not happened in this borough. This safety issue is bigger than a single parcel of land. It's about maintaining reasonable standards for public safety, responsible planning, and the protection of residential areas. Activities that require extensive ballistic safety measures should be located where adequate buffers exist between the ranges and neighboring properties. I urge the Assembly to consider not only the impact on nearby residents, but also the long-term consequences of this decision. And please stop kicking this can down the road because you are destroying our lives and our future plans. Thank you.
Ramey Smith?
Good evening. My name is Ramey Smith, and I've lived along Zero Lake Trail for much of 50 years. My father developed the first homestead in the area starting back before statehood, and my children live with me there now. We're third generation Alaskans, and we make our home along this trail. And this trail was been used for recreation every day, and fairly low impact, dog mushing, snow machining. The first mushers to start the Iditarod ran this trail. I'm a 26-time finisher, and my father and the Mackeys, and many other people, my mom, who was the first woman to run the Iditarod, all used this trail. And if we develop it into a shooting range, then it's going to greatly impact the ability to recreate in the area for other people. Currently, junior willow mushers travel up along the trail right alongside where the proposed shooting range is. A lot of willow trails are right behind it. I have friends that abut the proposed shooting range, and it's going to affect their lives. And this has been a great recreation area for willow. There's bear hunters out there. There's people who four-wheeler and stuff every weekend, and loud noises because there will be bombs there eventually. Yeah, that's what they do there in Houston. And so it really is very disturbing to think that the borough is even considering putting a shooting range abutting private property when it's really supposed to have been a recreation area, and that's why people moved there. I'm not sure if I'm out of time, but I just want to thank you very much for considering this. The roads are horrible, and I highly recommend finding a place that's alongside the highway where people can access it. That way the people aren't getting constantly stuck on this trail. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Tom Blair?
Good evening, I'm Thomas Blair. Let me bring this up here. And I reside at Zero Lake as well. I'm here today to oppose the proposal of the land classification under OR 26-016 for the development of a shooting range in the Zero Lake Road, Zero Lake area. While I have several concerns regarding this proposal, I would like to focus my comments on the lack of infrastructure and the condition of Zero Lake Road. Just in the past week alone, we've had 4 or 5 vehicles pulled out due to the conditions of it. Zero Lake Road was originally developed as a logging road with the assistance from the Division of Forestry. It does not meet borough specs or any specs of Pioneer Trail or any of that. In addition, there is no power to the infrastructure of the area, no reliable water sources. Emergency response vehicles cannot respond to the area. We've had spot fires out there where they could not respond due to the conditions of the road And to bring all this up is going to be a large, phenomenal expense to an already burdened taxpayer base. As you hear repeatedly, there are other and better alternatives. This has always been deemed a recreational area, and a vast majority of us would like to see it maintained as a recreational area for all Alaskans. Multi-generations have come out there and spent time. Thank you.
Becca Moore.
Hello, my name is Becca Moore. I'm a 19-year Houston resident, and I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the environmental impacts of the proposed shooting range. I've worked as a biologist and environmental scientist for the past 25 years. So it's in section 6 of the binders that you have. Some of the impacts would be heavy metal contamination from lead bullets and shot. This could lead to groundwater contamination. Lead contamination in soil and water is one of the main sources of human exposure to lead. Shooting ranges must also follow the management and mitigation protocol described in the Environmental Protection Agency's best management practices for lead and outdoor shooting ranges. It's pretty extensive. There would be a lot of things that would need to be considered before, such a thing would be built. Another impact would be excessive noise pollution. The residents and wildlife would be bombarded with continuous disruptive noise. Firearms produce dangerous noise levels in the range of 140 to 165 decibels. Those levels exceed human pain and safety threshold. More impacts include the detriment to salmon habitat. Heavy metal toxicity that leaches into streams severely disrupts fish reproduction. Streams in the area of the proposed shooting range have been classified in the Anadromous Waters Catalog as being rearing habitat for coho and king salmon. And I put that in the binder as well, so that can be looked up. According to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, cataloged anadromous fish streams are afforded protection under AS 1605871. This protection ensures adequate protection for fish and game resources. There are salmon rearing in the streams by the proposed shooting range. This is just not the place to build this shooting range. Due to the increased traffic and use it would bring, the current trail forestry road would need to be upgraded to borough standards. Who will build this road? Regular road maintenance would need to be established. Who will provide this maintenance? It's already like pothole disaster currently. I drive it multiple times a day. Culverts would need to be upgraded and installed. Who is going to do that work? I did do road condition surveys for the Forest Service for 15 years. It needs some work. Garbage containment and collection. Who will provide this service? Restroom facilities will need to be built. Who will pay for cleaning and pumping?
Robert Morgan.
Good evening. I'm Robert Morgan. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here tonight to address one issue, the wildfire risk created by placing a shooting range in this location. This site is surrounded by dense forest containing significant beetle kill timber and black spruce. Beetle kill forests contain large amounts of dry, dead fuel that can ignite easily and burn intensely. Black spruce is one of the more fire-prone types of forest in Alaska and is capable of supporting fast-moving crown fires that are difficult to control once they become established. A shooting range introduces known ignition sources into that environment. Bullet impacts on rocks or steel targets can create sparks. Ricochets and hot bullet fragments can ignite and dry vegetation. Human activity associated with range use also increases the potential for accidental fire starts. These risks are well known and are the reason fire officials regularly issue warnings and restrictions during periods of elevated fire danger. This is not a theoretical concern. In the last month alone, 10 days maybe, there have been 2 local examples of fires reported started by shooting activity. One occurred at the Maud Road shooting range and another occurred at the Jonesville recreational shooting range. Both required firefighting resources to respond. In addition, I've been informed by a fire investigator with the State of Alaska Division of Forestry and Fire Protection that there have been approximately 15 shooting-related wildfire incidents in Alaska between 2020 and 2025, with an additional 3 incidences already reported in 2026. Regardless of the exact number, these incidences demonstrate that shooting-related wildfires do occur in Alaska and continue to occur today. What makes this proposal especially concerning is the location. The site is accessed by a single-lane dirt road, limiting emergency access for firefighting equipment. It is also outside a dedicated fire service coverage area. If a fire starts, there is no guarantee of a rapid response, and those first few minutes are often the difference between a small fire and a major wildfire. I also want to emphasize that my property is directly adjacent to the proposed shooting range. If a fire starts there, my home, my land, my assets would be among the first at risk. As a neighboring property owner, I should not be expected to bear the consequences of an avoidable increase in wildfire risk. When you consider the beetle kill timber, black spruce fuels, recent local shooting-related fires, limited emergency access, lack of dedicated fire coverage, and nearby residential properties, the conclusion is straightforward. This is not an appropriate location for a shooting range. The question before the Assembly is not whether shooting ranges can operate safely in suitable locations. The question is whether this location is suitable. Given wildfire hazards present and the risk to neighboring property owners, I believe the answer is no. I respectfully urge you to put public safety first and vote no on this proposal. Also, I'll paraphrase Stephanie Nowers in the February Assembly meeting. I don't care what you do with your property so long as it doesn't affect the value of mine. I agree with you, Stephanie.
Keaton Hansley?
My name is Kelton Hansley.
Okay, thank you.
I am one of the adjacent property owners. Members of the Assembly, thank you for your time tonight. I want to close by summarizing why this proposal is not appropriate for this location. First, there are better sites available that do not place residents adjacent to sustained firearm use. Second, there are unresolved safety concerns that have not been fully addressed. Third, the local infrastructure is not currently equipped to support the increased traffic this would bring. Fourth, there will be negative impacts to recreation and public land use in the surrounding area. Fifth, there are environmental impacts that have not been fully evaluated or mitigated. Sixth, there's no fire service coverage for this location, and the Department of Forestry is located over an hour away. And finally, there are direct private property impacts that cannot be ignored. This proposal places a high-intensity, high-noise shooting facility immediately adjacent to homes and private property. These concerns lead to a straightforward conclusion. This is not the right site for this project. But I want to be very clear on what this means on a human level, because this is where the impact becomes real. On October 1st, 2015, in Roseburg, Oregon, I was sitting in my first college class of the day when gunfire erupted in the classroom next door. For nearly an hour, students were lined up and interrogated about their beliefs and shot based on their responses. People screaming, pleading, begging for their lives. I was on the floor with my classmates, listening one by one as they were shot and killed just feet away, completely unable to do anything to stop it. Nearly a decade later, I still live with the effects of that day. This is not something I can control. A sudden sound, a door slamming, an unexpected bang can trigger an immediate panic response. Something as simple as being in the shower and hearing a noise can catch me off guard, causes me to shut it off and step out, completely covered in soap, just to regain my sense of safety. This is what PTSD looks like in daily life, and this is why this matters, because placing a shooting range feet from my property would be a constant, repeated exposure to the exact kind of sensory trigger my body already responds to as danger. I'm not alone in this. There are military veterans, law enforcement officers, and first responders in this community who carry similar trauma. None of us should be required to live in a space where our homes become a source of ongoing psychological distress. This is not about opposing shooting ranges. It's about choosing the right location, one that does not cause harm to the people who live nearby. I respectfully urge you to reject this site and pursue a more appropriate site. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Wiskoff?
I just take mine off when I came in here, but I do gotta say, that makes all of us in this room a soft target. But I am here,
Can I have you state your name, sir?
yes, Thomas Wistoff.
Okay.
And I
Thank
was
you.
here before about our neighbors and their junkyard. It's been going on 6 years. I have pictures, and I have, thanks to Shannon Beaudelet, a judgment against her, but nothing's changed. I mean, some of it's gone, but it's still there, so I was gonna,
Will you give them to the clerk, please?
the judgment, and here are pictures what it looks like now. I took new pictures.
Okay, thank you.
It's been going on for 6 years, and we've got a judgment, but who drops the ball? Who's supposed to follow through on that judgment and make sure that this gets cleaned up? She's supposed to clean up the property, unbury everything they buried, including cars, batteries, whatever else. She owes you guys a couple $100,000, almost $300,000 on that judgment. She's behind 6,000 something on her property taxes, and yet she's still sitting there, and the place still looks like crap. And I'm wondering about the aquifers. Nothing ever seems to follow through. You know, anything, baseball, football, you got to follow through. There's the judgment. Somebody needs to follow through with that and either make her clean it up or get her off that property. That's all I have to say. But I would like to say, well, I'm going to tell you about Zero Lake.
Okay. Cecilia?
Hi, my name is Cecilia Wistoff, and I too want to say thank you to all of you for trying to help us to alleviate such a grotesque living condition next to us. It is horrible. I know not one of you up there would want to live by this. He gave you pictures. You should pass them around. See if you'd like to live by it. It's disgusting. That's small compared to what it was. The lady that lives there doesn't owe a penny on that property. She works 3 days. She collects Social Security. I myself and my husband, we live off of security. And I don't owe any taxes or money on my place either. But the point of it is, it's a neighborhood. It's not a junkyard, it's not a dump, and we do have pictures there of our water on our side of our fence, where there gas, oil, maybe batteries they had at one time almost 100 cars. They would be piled 3 high down the main road. I also want to say, I think the borough does need a police force, so we do need taxes. We need taxes on these businesses. I don't know why you guys got rid of the business license taxes or fees. That doesn't make sense to me. But we need taxes on these people with big businesses. And you guys need a police force and more code compliance. Because, oh my gosh, the junk around the Matsu Borough is, again, grotesque. It's out of control. Of course, the whole world is, isn't it? God knows. And I know too. And I want to thank you, Edna. I want to thank you all, and especially Nicholas. I can't say your last name, but Shannon Beaudelet was awesome attorney. Thank you.
Diane Schreiber?
Hello, my name is Diane K. Scheib, and I am with the Friends of the Public Library in Palmer. And I am here to dispel a very common myth that in our digital age, people no longer go to the library. And this is not true. Even though the Palmer Library is in temporary quarters, the incredible staff of that library has made certain that the programs which they offer our community continue to thrive. In fact, the average monthly visitors for 2026 is 3,291 people per month. Just in May, the circulation alone of items was 5,882. That includes books, videos, audiobooks, etc. If you have children that are 2 years old and younger, you can bring them to the depot every Tuesday for story time, and right after that is another story time for kids up to 5 years old. Our 6-year-olds to 11-year-olds, on Thursday, they meet in the upper library for things such as Lego building, science projects, games, movies, etc. We also have, again, a summer reading program for all ages, and it started yesterday, and it already has 256 people signed up for it, and those people can earn anything from little lapel pins to bicycles to tickets for the Alaska Railroad. Last week, we finished up our 55 and over senior arts program, and we had a great art walk. And in the fall, we'll have another of those programs, so watch the library calendar. And if you cannot make it physically to the library, they also have a YouTube channel with a great deal of information on it. So as you can see, even though as they wait for this new library construction to be completed, our library staff has been serving our community and ensuring that the library is as popular as ever. Please visit their website and their Facebook page to discover how you can use the library to keep your children busy this summer, connect with your community, and make new friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Nyla Morgan?
Good evening, and once again, thank you for getting my name right. Always appreciate that. My name is Nyla Morgan. I'm a relative of one of the property owners, or the property owners of one of the parcels up there. And I've had several opportunities to go up there and enjoy that property and the area up there. I was reflecting back on when we met last and had this big discussion, and lots of people came and testified different aspects of this. And I was trying to think of something that was different that maybe hadn't been brought up before. And I recognize the fact that these people who are property owners here have a huge commitment to this area. They care about this area. I've watched them rebuild roads, replace culverts, replace bridges, drag cars off the road. They are invested in this area, and they have been good and responsible property owners. And so I'm wondering why there's a proposal to put something in place that would directly harm them after all the time, money, effort, and commitment that they've made. One example of this is there's a lot of deadfall up there, as you know. And my son owns a lumber mill. They drag those deadfall, useless pieces for basically anything else, and they make lumber, and they build buildings with it. And then they've made an agreement with several veterans that live in Willow to come and pick up the scraps of that lumber, and so they heat their homes for free in the winter. So they are trying very hard to be good and responsible property owners. And I would like to see that rewarded by your commitment to allowing them to keep a safe, beautiful, healthy, and fun environment for them. Thank you very much.
Carl Worcester? No, not Tom. Carl. There he comes. Tom, you're next.
Most people can't pronounce it. I won't take it personal.
Thank you.
My name is Carl Sadlowski. I'm here to rebuttal the rebuttals from last time we talked about Zero Lake Road. There's a couple of statements I would like to address. First was a comparison with Mod Road. With respect, Mod Road itself demonstrates why these concerns cannot simply be dismissed. Public shooting areas are frequently accumulate trash, debris, and garbage despite the intentions of the responsible users. Burned pallets with exposed nails, broken glass, refuse, and even a moose carcass that I saw 2 weeks ago are common down Maud Road. While responsible gun owners certainly do exist, public facilities must be designed around human behavior as it exists, not as we wish it to be. Responsible gun owners don't leave trash was another comment. Responsible gun owners do not leave trash, but public policy cannot assume that every user will be responsible. There are good mechanics, bad mechanics. There are good assembly members, bad assembly members. You get where I'm going. Another comment was gravel backstop and cost savings. We cannot use gravel as a backstop. Public safety should never be sacrificed in the pursuit of saving money. Projectile containment systems exist for a reason. Recent incidents at informal shooting areas should serve as cautionary examples, not models to emulate. Dimitri brought up that we haven't heard from the other 100,000 members of the borough. Yes, but public participation works both ways. If there was overwhelming support for this specific location, one would reasonably expect supporters would appear and voice that support. Silence should not be interpreted as an endorsement. Fiscal responsibility and priorities. Taxpayer resources are finite, not infinite. I wish they were infinite, then we could do all the things. But they are finite. Assembly should explain why significant expenditures for roads, engineering, and range construction represent the best use of these public funds when alternative priorities compete for those same dollars. It was last meeting that we shut down buying an additional property for the Lions Club in Big Lake, which was much smaller of an investment that a shooting range would be. So also statements regarding nearby residents. Even if only 2 properties, and no, Dimitri, you commented there was only so few properties in this area. Even if only 2 properties were directly adjacent, the question remains, how many neighboring property owners must be negatively affected before another location should be considered? Property rights do not become less important simply because fewer people are impacted. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Tom?
We won't get specifics. Trying to help.
You want to give to the clerk? Mm-hmm. Thank you, Tom.
Hi, my name is Tom Robertson, and I'm here tonight with a letter I'm proposing to the governor to start a work program for the prison. I've been involved with the prison ministry for 40 years, and I want to start a work release program. Sometimes what states have done, when they're running out of money and don't know what to do, they just cut prisoners loose and just say, oh, well, let's get rid of 20 of them or 100 of them. But I'd rather start a work program now, so when they want to get rid of them, these people are working their way out of prison now. And by doing that, work steady for community service, some of them will be coming around here. You won't know who they are. They'll be in civilian clothes. They won't be wearing prison clothes. They won't be wearing handcuffs or monitors or anything. You won't know who they are. And they're not going to tell you. They'll just be doing work, picking up trash, doing little things, and off they go. You won't know anything. They won't disturb you. Like I said, you won't know who they are. They're usually by themselves, and they're working their way off this work program, work release program, I'll call it. So I don't want the state just dumping inmates out on their own without a corrective program. So what I call this program HOPE, H-O-P-E. HOPE stands for, the H is for Judge Hornaday, who started a program, a work program in Homer back in about 1978, 79, where inmates were allowed to stay in Homer, work their way off community services, rather than being flown to Anchorage, go to up there and then come back to jail, come back for court, get flown back to Anchorage. He was just keeping them busy and saving the state a lot of money. Most important than saving money, he was saving lives. Because when people had to be on this work study program, the inmates had to write what they were doing an hour before they got arrested. They had to have an essay, a public one that they could print openly to other people. They could voluntarily do this and tell people what were they doing, who they were with, why were they doing, things like that, personal things that leads up to this. And so from that, he developed so much resource and data. Rutgers University called him and wanted to gather his information to use for their alcohol treatment center. It was so valuable for people to take a mental inventory. What are we doing over and over that gets us in trouble? Who are the same people we're hanging around with? And so I want to do the same thing. So, but I would be doing a volunteer thing. They have to write for what they've been doing the last month before they got arrested, and would keep it up. Because they won't keep it up. Anyway, I think you get the gist of what I want to do. I still want to know who this bad assemblyman is. There's one. Got a one raised hand. All right. I'll meet you out here in the parking lot, bud. We got a home itself for you.
Irene Wagner. Irene.
Assembly members. Good evening. My name is Irene Wagner. I live in Palmer, and I'm here to offer my gratitude to this community that gave us our library. A library is one of the most generous things a community can offer or build. Libraries are one of the few places left in our society where nothing is required of you before walking in that door. You don't have to be rich. You don't have to belong to the right family, the right church, the right political party, or the right social circle. You don't even have to agree with anyone inside. You simply walk in and knowledge is waiting for you. Libraries exist through the generosity of others to invite people in. They invite children to discover new worlds, students to learn, job seekers to gain new skills, or invite seniors to stay connected. The invitation is for every one of us to keep growing throughout our lives. Importantly, a library trusts ordinary people to learn, to question, and to make up their own minds. That trust matters. A library is not an endorsement of every book on its shelf. It's an endorsement of every person's right to seek knowledge and wisdom, and it belongs to all of us. Some books will challenge us. Some books will comfort us. Some books we will reject entirely. But the freedom to choose for ourselves is what turns information into understanding and citizens into self-governing people. I love libraries because they're one of the clearest expressions of faith in our community. They say to every person who enters, "We believe you are capable of learning, we believe you are capable of thinking, and we believe you are worth investing in." Thank you, Palmer. We appreciate your library.
John McDonald.
My name is John McDonald. I appreciate the time that you're giving me. I've had real estate north of Zero Lake for over 20 years, east of Zero Lake for over 20 years. And when we could, we bought more, looking for the future, thinking at some time we would subdivide it. And that would be a lot of people living there if we're successful. So, and I'm not going to make this long. I just am opposed to the shooting range classification. And the other thing I want to say is that all of you that were at the Sullivan fundraising did not get together and discuss this. So thanks for not violating that Open Meeting Act. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mary Robinson.
Good evening. My name is Mary Robinson. I'm a Matsu Borough resident, taxpayer, and I represent myself. This testimony represents my personal opinions and analysis of matters of public concern, informed by publicly available information. Any references to individuals constitute opinion and commentary protected under the First Amendment. I appear before you on a regular basis to speak in support of intellectual freedom and provide facts about our libraries. For instance, Fact, there are no obscene materials in any library. If your friends, the book challengers, tell you otherwise, if they tell you that there are obscene materials in the library, that is wrong. That is an unsupported opinion contradicted by the truth. There are no obscene materials in any library. Meeting after meeting, Matsu Borough residents continue to ask you, the Assembly and the Mayor, for help. Property taxes, businesses literally underwater, unwanted shooting ranges, roads, animal deaths. I could go on for the next hour how people have begged and pleaded with you for help. The rumor is that the Matsu Borough Assembly wants to impose taxes, among them alcohol taxes, marijuana taxes, 6.5% sales tax, to give themselves a raise. May I suggest that you slash your salary and hire an ombudsman to actually help the Matsu Borough residents? The Alaska Ombudsman statute is codified under Title 24, Chapter 55 of the Alaska Statutes. It focuses on whether government actions are unlawful, unreasonable, unfair, arbitrary, erroneous, or inefficient. There you go. Anchorage has an ombudsman, though apparently I missed the meeting from May 19th, and there was a kerfuffle about, if you can believe it, leaf blowers. So I'm not sure that you take anything that Anchorage has to say. But Anchorage has an ombudsman, and it's very successful to help the average person navigate our government. I was going to talk about ranked choice voting. That'll be next time, so yay. I will say, personally, I believe in separation of church and state. I believe in ranked choice voting. After all, we voted for it twice. What is wrong with open primaries? Voting for the party, voting for the person, not the party, and certainly not who the party tells you to vote for, and to find out about dark money, because it always pays to know who is trying to influence your elected officials. Thank you.
Corey Morgan?
Thank you. My name is Corey Morgan. My family owns property on Zero Lake, Darcy and Robert Morgan. First of all, I would like to say how disappointed we are that this agenda item continues to get postponed, leaving our family in limbo and completely disregarding our safety. This is extremely disrespectful to our community and shows that no matter what is best for public safety, the Assembly determines this outcome. My family is blessed to own recreational property on Zero Lake, directly bordering the suggested land designation for future use of a shooting range. We all live here for a reason, the Alaskan dream to own property and enjoy the outdoors, spending time with our family and making memories. My husband and I decided to move from Seattle during COVID so that we could get away from the chaos and get closer to family and have the opportunity to live the life that we dream of. This property allows us to decompress and relax after working hard all week. Obviously, putting a shooting range bordering our family's property would impact that ability to enjoy this beautiful area. Imagine if this were to happen next door to your Alaskan dream. Would you be able to relax knowing that at any point a stray bullet could change your life forever? Would you and your family feel safe? Would you vote yes, knowing that this would greatly impact your ability to achieve your goals and your dreams? My family has spent years developing this property so that it could be our safe space. Please consider the repercussions to your actions and vote no. End this proposal for designating this absolutely unacceptable location for a shooting range. Thank you.
Jeff Morgan?
Hi, my name is Jeff Morgan, and I'm going to make this really short because these people have presented to you all the information you need to make a good decision here. I'm wanting to express my frustration with this process. You guys keep kicking the can. I get it. It's a game to you guys, but these are our lives. We live there. This is our investment. We've built this place. And I know Ron thinks this is a line item that's going to make him happy someday, but it's not. It's absolutely not. And it's going to cost people their dreams. And I want you guys to think about that. Thank you.
Chris Schultz?
Chambers.
Thank you. Straighten me out.
That's all right. I'm Chris Chambis. I have family out there at Zero Lake Road. So I thought I'd come out and just ask you to consider the undue stress you're bringing on your citizens here. These are really good property owners, taxpayers, great people you don't want to push out of the borough. I talked to my friend recently, and he said, hey, what are you going to do if they go forward with this? Well, we might have to go look someplace else. We might have to go look down in Soldotna, something like that. You don't want these people out of your borough. They're really, really good people. So amazing that they found a more viable property that has no impact on residents, which makes me question the process. Should make you question that as well. So, yeah, I think that these people deserve to live in peace. And I hope that you take a look at that other property and really consider it. And thank you for your time.
Nancy?
My name is Nancy Bertels, and I live in Sutton. Regardless of what you may hear from some members of the public about libraries, library material, and librarians, I'm here to assure you that our Mat-Su Borough libraries continue to be at the heart of their communities. For example, in Sutton in April, our library hosted 45 different programs for our community, ranging from preschool story hour in the morning to community council meetings in the evening. The library is a busy resource center for all ages. Especially notable this time of year are our summer reading programs. Plant a Seed, Read will be happening across the borough as each library hosts summer reading activities, programs, and incentives for all ages. Summer reading programs have always helped children avoid the summer slide in reading skills. When the whole family participates, chooses books together, and reads together, a lifelong love of reading is fostered. Tonight, I'm not here to ask you for anything, but instead to thank you for your support of our libraries with Mat-Su Borough taxpayer dollars. Please be assured that the $44 a year that each taxpayer contributes to libraries is being well spent, and libraries are fulfilling their mission in this borough. Approximately 25,000 patrons visited the Sutton Library each year. They also come for connection to other parents, to people, to learn a skill, to vote, to access technology, for recreation, to a community meeting, and the list goes on. Thomas McGinnity said, in a library, you can find your way not just to a book, but to people. Thank you for supporting our borough libraries, who continue to create connections of the best kind, connections with people in our communities. Thanks.
Robert, what would you say that is? Robert?
Coffin.
Coffin? Robert Coffin? Did we get it right?
Yeah, my name is Robert Coffin. Actually, I'm here to speak about the proposal to disregard the comp plans when placing gravel pits around the borough. I've lived in Alaska for well over 50 years, and lived from one end of the state to the other, and worked from one end of the state to the other. So I've seen a lot what's happened over the last 50 years in the state. I was involved in the original comp plan when we set up for the Highland Lake area in 1993, and the the comp plan that we have now for the Meadow Lakes area was developed over a long period of time with a lot of people. And I think the idea of disregarding what we put the time and effort into doing doesn't make much sense. A lot of areas have developed a plan that basically states they want any development. In Meadow Lakes, we have a commercial area, we have gravel pits. I mean, the gravel from our area is all the way out to KGB for people that don't want a gravel pit, you know. What they need to do is, if they're having troubles in their area developing a pit, they need to address that issue. We really care about our area. We spent last weekend picking up tons of trash, going all around, making sure that we have a clean area, we have a clean, you know, road, we have clean lakes. We want to make sure that that's maintained. And so the input that you're getting from the local residents is the core of what this is about. In other words, it's what we care about for our area. We take the time, we take the effort into developing a plan and a layout of what we want our area to look like, what we want our lakes to look like, what we want our roads to look like. And disregarding that plan and not addressing it when it comes to gravel pits because people at KGB may not want a gravel pit doesn't make any sense. We need to look at our comp plans and we need to realize that that's what the people developed at the basic level. You know, it's what people have, you know, got together with, spent the time, spent the effort to address what we want in our area. And so you got to listen to that. You got to remember that that's what the whole core of America is about. It's about listening to what the people want, what we want our area to be. You know, Anchorage has their idea what they want. You know, Palmer has their idea. Wasilla has their idea. And we should be able to develop our area and what we feel we should have. And that's pretty much what I got to say. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Sarah Ebengrade. Sarah?
The last name is as simple as it looks. It's Evening Red. So it's very easy to get confused. So I'm here to talk about Zero Lake. I'm a property owner in the area. I moved back here from Metro Detroit. I pay taxes. I don't know if any of you ever lived near a gun range, but where I lived in Metro Detroit, I was 2 miles from one. That's 2 whole miles with all of that Metro Detroit noise, and you knew when that gun range was open. Do you want to live near that? I mean, how far do you think that noise is going to travel without all that background noise? And all of you thinking, well, they can just sell and move on. Do you want to live near that? Their property values are going to plummet. They're not going to be able to sell. So I think those are things to consider when you're doing this. And basically, that's it. I mean, if you wouldn't want it next to your property, why would you want it next to theirs? There's people that live next to that property. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Ginny Geotesh?
Wait.
Quirch? Thank you. We'll find out.
It's Jenny Getch.
Okay. Thank
Pretend there's no O. Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, I'm here from Trapper Creek to bring you 3 stories, memories from past and current patrons of the Trapper Creek Library. Jason, Amanda, and Jessica grew up in Trapper Creek and shared these testimonials with me to share with you. Trapper Creek, Jessica, says Trapper Creek is the library of my childhood. It's a perfect place to pause and get lost in a book or 20, which I did oh so many times. This library is so much more than shelves of books. It's where I used to go after school to practice for Battle of the Books and where I completed my community service hour requirements for my high school government class. The library sponsored my academic decathlon team. It is a place that promotes learning, responsibility, kindness, and connection, all the while making it all enjoyable and fun. In a small community, places like this matter deeply. The Trapper Creek Library reminds us that libraries are not only about books, they are about people. They are about creating opportunities, strengthening community ties, and making sure that everyone, young or old, have a safe and welcoming place to learn, gather, and belong. Jason says, I am a reader. I grew up reading. I have spent countless hours in libraries of all sizes. My first was the Trapper Creek Library. I have so many memories of time spent looking through stacks of books, researching subjects, reading science fiction, fantasy, romance. The possibilities represented in libraries are endless. Libraries hold our memories, mine, yours, and thousands of others. They immortalize us. They pass on lessons in history. They allow us a means of entertainment and a safe place to explore. The Trapper Creek, now I'm up to Amanda. The Trapper Creek Library has been a meaningful part of my life since early childhood. It began with summer reading program competitions, creating my first email account, and being introduced to public meetings. Now I bring my own children to enjoy after-school programming and participate in the summer reading program, which, while still benefiting from the library myself through activities and access to quality materials. The library is such a constant in our lives that my 2-year-old believes every day should be Library Day. But to me, the importance of the library extends far beyond my family. From notary services to internet access to simply offering a welcoming place where people can find connection, the library and its librarians provide essential services that support a diverse range of patrons. I am grateful for all the library does for my community on a daily basis. And just so everybody knows, summer reading starts tomorrow, 12:30, with lunch provided by the Upper Susitna Food Pantry, and 1 o'clock starts the programming. So we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Rad?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you. My name's Darren Rad. I live in Wasilla, and I'm here to oppose for the shooting range. I think as a whole, we're a community. We care. I may not live out there, but I have friends that live out there. And we're here, and we will still be here come August to continue to fight, to continue to give you more evidence. We have seen science, biological sciences. We have had testimonies of psychological damage that could potentially be more. We have health concerns, safety concerns. How much more do you need to say maybe we need to rethink this whole ordinance? I am twisted up with just so much more that I could say, but I want to respect your time, and please do consider this as a ridiculous ordinance. And I won't waste any more, but thank you again for your time. And we'll be back in August as a community, friends and family, to keep on fighting, to keep on giving more evidence, because I don't want to beat a dead horse, but we'll keep beating it. So thank you.
Thank you. Jeannie Trusinski. Here she comes. That one you do good.
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly. My name is Jeannie Troshinsky, and I'm here tonight to talk about the important value in our community of libraries. The only data centers we should have in the Mat-Su Borough are indeed libraries and well-funded, fully funded public schools. It's absurd that we live in a place of frozen land and you think putting a heat source on top of it's going to go well. But let's not talk about that tonight. Let's talk about what happens at libraries. Wasilla Library is part of the Mat-Su Borough Library Network, and even though it's not a borough library, your borough library citizens use it, like myself. I'm the president of the Friends of Wasilla Public Library, but I don't live in the city limits of Wasilla. My public library is actually Big Lake. I actually use all the libraries. One thing I want to talk about is people say that people aren't reading anymore, but actually that's not really true. There's all kinds of statistics about how much people actually are reading, and our public libraries in this borough are great evidence of that. one of the things we recently did in another group that I'm in, we just tried to find out how many book clubs there are. And in a very short time, we found 25 book clubs that range from a pickleball book club to a hiking book club to a science book club, band book club, lots of book clubs happening at libraries. Two of my favorite I want to mention at Wasilla, we have Firelight Book Club. We just read A Place Among Giants by Lisa Roderick. She is from Talkeetna. It's a great book. I highly recommend it if you haven't read it. This is our 5th year of having a book club. It's really popular, almost annoyingly so, because we only meet 9 times a year and people are trying to torture me into a full every month meet for the book club. I also go to the Palmer Public Library Book Club. They have a silent book club. We just read for an hour. Everybody reads whatever they want. In the last hour, we talk about what everybody's reading. And it's a great way to find out what people are reading. Book clubs are a great evidence of how much people value reading. A recent survey found that while literacy around the country is really dropping, especially among our youth, which is alarming, Alaska ranks in the top 5 for the most literacy among adults. Alaskans care about reading. Please support our libraries. Summer reading started Monday, I guess that was yesterday, the Wasilla Public Library. We have programs for kids through adults, prizes, activities. One of our most popular things in July, we'll have the spelling bee. You have to pre-sign up for the spelling bee because there's a limited number of people who can participate, but it's always a very heated competition. It's just a great time of the year. I know for me, summer reading really had some great memories as a child, and so I really support and appreciate the summer reading programs that happen around the Valley, and thank you for your support of libraries.
And Sammy Taylor? Sammy?
Good evening. I just wanted to have you think back. Maybe some of you were here, probably most of you were here. I've been around, you can tell I've been around, so I've been around here a long time. And I remember probably 1 or 2 generations ago, excuse me, when the Borough Assembly bought a ferry and how much trouble that has caused you. And everyone is saying, what were you thinking? So I'm only asking, you've heard a lot of people talk about gravel pits and shooting ranges. I think we all need to be thinking in the traditional sense, 7 generations in the future. I don't want your kids, your grandkids, or 7 generations from now for people to say, what were they thinking when they're putting a gravel pit right next to somebody's back door? Or what were they thinking when they put lead in the ground to get into the salmon streams? So please, for your own legacy, think about 7 generations as you do your work. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Troy Anthelos?
Good evening, I'm Troy Anthus, and I'm going to kind of piggyback on what she just said about the gravel pits. Right now, my family, my neighbors, my community down in the Butte, we have an asphalt plant right there on Caudill Road. Our neighborhood is right across the street. So on a day-to-day basis, we're dealing with toxic fumes blowing down our street, tons of particulate matter blowing down our street. We've been taking readings with our own personal readers, and they're through the roof. 145 to 150s safe. Yesterday, we got a reading of over 200. As soon as the plant shut down, I went over there and took another reading. It was 1.0. So we know it's coming directly from that blowing into us. That plant was built under grandfathered rules. So I see you guys have putting in a bunch of different things. I want to know, how did they slide in there? How did the community not have any involvement on this? How did that all happen under the grandfather rules? We should have all been notified and had some say so before that came into our community. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Melinda Dale?
Hello, my name is Melinda Dale and I live in Willow. Willow has been incredibly fortunate to have Julie Mitchell as our librarian for almost 16 years. She's leaving in August, and she will be missed. Julie has been such an asset to our small community. She has made many connections with people due to her approachable and empathetic demeanor. Working closely with the Willow Library Association, she has supported our ideas and future plans. We count on Julie to be there as an integral part of our programs, and you may even find her at the library on her day off when she is needed. She is the embodiment of a librarian who makes a difference. Julie helped us navigate our building project, which culminated in the beautiful and functional building we have today. She has overseen story times and summer reading programs, as well as an outreach to children in the Caswell Lakes area. Our after-school mentoring program, which was envisioned by Mary and Charles, has benefited from Julie's steady presence as well. In fact, any program our library has offered has relied on Julie's involvement and support. Everything from helping at our 5K race to enabling our book club to host online meetings. I'm not sure how the borough recognizes employees who leave after many years of service. Julie's tenure deserves to be celebrated. The Willow community has benefited greatly from her expertise. As for me, I still appreciate being able to put books on hold and pick them up at my home library. I love being able to read in a calm, comfortable place. I've enjoyed listening to authors and other community speakers in our meeting room. I even got to meet a red-tailed hawk. I am grateful to our library staff who are competent, helpful, and kind. Recently, I was fortunate to take an 8-week art journaling class at the library with other seniors. The Mat-Su Council on Aging received a grant from Mat-Su Health Foundation to offer this class. The Library Association helped purchase materials. Our teacher was the inspirational artist Vanessa Powell. Carol Goltz kindly spent time organizing our class. I learned new techniques and made new friends. This is a perfect example of how libraries connect people in small communities. There are opportunities for children too, of course. They can enjoy puzzles, Legos, story time, and starting this week, they can participate in the summer reading program, where activities and lunch make for fun afternoons. During the 4th of July parade, children will be given book vouchers to redeem at the library. We look forward to future fun with our new librarian. She or he will have big shoes to fill, but one thing's for sure, Willow will welcome and value our next librarian. Thank you.
Linda?
Hello, my name is Linda Spohn. First, I want to make it known that I love libraries, but not the obscene material that's being placed there. I would like to read a small section from an article by Susan Downing in the Alaska Story dated May 31st, 26, on patriotism. Quote, "Grown-ups know America is not perfect. No serious patriot has ever claimed it is. Patriotism does not require blindness or pretending slavery never existed, or that Jim Crow never happened, or that America has never made mistakes. What makes America exceptional is not that it was born perfect. What makes America exceptional is that it confronted its imperfections and corrected them, and keeps correcting them. America ended slavery, dismantled Jim Crow, expanded civil rights, religious liberty, and economic opportunity to more people than any society in history. These achievements happened because Americans loved it enough to make it better. The family displaying patriotic decorations on the 4th of July is not endorsing every mistake ever made by every American government. They are expressing gratitude for liberty and the rule of law," unquote. If we are, in fact, a moral and self-governing people, we need to continue confronting imperfections and correct them. If our leaders won't stop engineering and grooming of children and young adults in our schools, libraries, and museums, then when a lawsuit does appear, they should be prosecuted for child sexual exploitation along with the perpetrators for not stopping tragic harm to minors before it happens. Prevention to protect the most innocent and vulnerable is what we have laws for. The book Let's Talk About It is disgusting on every page. It is obscene by law according to the Miller test and obscenity laws. I am thankful that this assembly appointed the library board to review books and materials before they are purchased. However, most flagged materials are still purchased. In addition, free will and First Amendment freedom of speech rights do not give anyone the right to harm another human being. Teachers, librarians, and museum workers have no right to pervert someone else's child or to push LGBTQ identities on them. This is not education, this is grooming. May God bless and protect America's Constitution, liberty, and independence through Christ Jesus our Savior. Thank you. Also, I have copies of some of the content if anyone wonders what we are complaining about.
Jackie?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I want you to know that today I filed a challenge on Let's Talk About It because it has been 3 years to the day that the letter was written to me saying that it would be moved to adult in my appeal. The challenge itself was said that this book was fine for children, but I appealed it and it was moved by the former director of community services. Now, instead of going through another list of why this book fits the Miller test, let's look at overt messaging and subliminal messaging and superliminal messaging, shall we? Overt means the message contains actual words. Subliminal means the message is there, but it's not as easily seen. And superliminal means the message is imparted without you actually even reading it. So let's look at our first thing. This book is rated nonfiction. Nonfiction means it's fact. Everything in there is factual. Next page. It says on page 52 that there are 8 genders. That's a fact. It says that virginity is a silly label that people came up with. That's a fact. Let's look at the next one. This is subliminal, and I apologize for showing you another anus picture. But if you notice, it says, the opening is also chock full of sensitive nerves, making it a primo erogenous zone for touching and penetrating. Do you know what primo means if you look it up? In a duet, it's the dominant one. What is the non-dominant part? This book is teaching that LGBTQ and gayness is fun. It's the way to be. And if you look at the next one, look at how they show the gay crowd. It's even starred. And it says the male-female binary is an obsolete concept. And on page 223, there really isn't such a thing as normal. But now we're going to look at supraliminal, okay? If you look at all of the examples of naked women in this book, these are real women, but it's women bashing. I just want you to know this. This is an attack on women. Look at how the women are depicted. Look at how the women are depicted in the book. Do you see them? Not very attractive, are they? Well, let's look at the next page. This is also how women are depicted. Every single picture of a woman, she's not very desirable now, is she? Mm-hmm. But look how we show men who are pretending to be women. Very last page. You explain to me why the transgenders look attractive and desirable. They're thin, they have a much better bust line. You explain. Anybody opening this book is aimed for 7-year-olds to 13-year-olds, and right now it is located on a bookshelf in the Willow Library, 12 inches off the floor. This is a magnet for grooming children. And that is why I challenged it, and that is why you are hearing about me today in libraries.
Okay, Sarah Lorimer.
Hello. Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Sarah Lorimer, and I am the founder of Country Cannabis here in the Mat-Su Borough. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight in opposition of the proposed ordinance that would increase the borough marijuana sales tax from 5 to 10%. Been a part of Alaska's legal cannabis industry since 2020. I've witnessed firsthand the challenges that cannabis businesses face in this state. Alaska already has one of the highest cannabis tax burdens in the nation. Over the years, we've watched businesses close their doors, cultivators struggle to stay afloat, and operators leave the industry altogether because the financial burdens have become unsustainable. Excuse me. When legalization was introduced, many Alaskans believed it would create opportunities for small business, generate tax revenue, and move consumers away from the illicit market. While the industry has certainly contributed millions of dollars in tax revenue and created jobs throughout the communities, the reality is that many cannabis businesses are operating on a very thin margin. Every additional tax increase makes it harder for legal businesses to compete and survive. As the business owner in the Mat-Su of multiple businesses, I see the impact of pricing every day. Customers are feeling the effects of inflation, raising house costs, increased utility bills, and higher costs for everyday necessities. When taxes increase, those costs are ultimately passed on to the consumer. Higher prices make legal cannabis less attractive and create opportunities for the illicit market to regain customers. Unlicensed sellers do not pay tax, they do not follow regulation, and they do not contribute to our local economy. Another concern is that consumers will simply choose to shop in communities with lower tax rates. Many Mat-Su residents already travel to Anchorage and other areas for work, appointments, shopping, and entertainment. If the borough doubles its marijuana sales tax while neighboring jurisdictions maintain lower rates, consumers will have a financial incentive to make their purchases elsewhere. That means fewer sales for Mat-Su businesses, fewer dollars circulating our local economy, and potentially less tax revenue collected by the borough than anticipated. Country Cannabis currently employs 15 local residents. These are our friends, our neighbors, our community members who depend on these jobs to support themselves and their families. Beyond payroll, we purchase goods and services from local businesses, support community organizations and events, and contribute tax revenue back into the boroughs. I'm a proud member of the Palmer Chamber and many other local organizations. I'm a business owner just like everybody else here. We're proud to be a part of the Mat-Su community. However, doubling the local marijuana sales tax sends a message that legal cannabis businesses are an easy target for additional taxation simply because they operated in a regulated industry. I understand the borough needs to generate revenue, but I urge you to consider the long-term consequences of this proposal. A higher tax rate may appear to increase revenue on paper, but it results in lower sales, customer shopping outside the borough, reduced business investment, fewer employment opportunities, or additional business closures. The Mat-Su borough has become home to many successful cannabis businesses that have invested millions and millions of dollars into this economy. We have followed the rules, paid our taxes, created jobs, and contributed to our communities. We're not asking for special treatment, only fair treatment. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Joseph Morgan? Joseph?
Thank you. My name is Joseph Morgan, and yes, I'm another Morgan. But I do have good news for the board, because I believe that I'm the last Morgan you're going to hear from tonight. I am here to talk to you about the Zero Lake Road proposal. I'm not in favor of that proposal. I knew that was a surprise to you, but and this in the last meeting that this board had concerning this issue, and in this board meeting, I have heard from a lot of people who are against this, but I've not yet heard from anybody who's for it. And that sort of puzzles me. If this is a good idea that the board keeps kicking down the road because something you know that we don't know about this makes it a good thing, it doesn't make sense to me when you have over 50 people last time and this time showing up to tell you not a good idea, not in our neighborhood, and yet you keep right on going with it. It puts the assembly in a questionable position as to why they don't act for the people in this community who are willing to come forward and testify on this measure. when there does not appear to be anyone who is standing here to say, I'm 100% for it because I love shrapnel. I don't know what they're going to say, but hey, so I'll make it short. I'll just say, all I can say is that, and I think a lot of other people besides myself are thinking this as well here, I'll be watching to see how each one of you votes on this issue, and your vote will reflect how my vote will be the next time you run for office. So thank you very much.
Rachel Christensen.
Hello, I'm Rachel Christensen, and I'm here with the Friends of the Sutton Library. I am new to the Friends of the Sutton Library board, and both new and old to Sutton. I moved to the borough about 6 years ago now, and moved to Sutton originally, and the library is where I applied for and interviewed for the first job that I got in Alaska, where I learned what community council members were, and met them, and also checked out lots of books. But eventually moved over to Lazy Mountain because the place that I was living in Sutton didn't have electricity or running water, as I'm sure we all know lots about. And when my partner and I decided that we were looking for a place to buy in the valley, we chose to buy in Sutton, largely due to the community that we had built through the library. So we now live just a walk down the road from the library, and it's where I met my assembly member for the first time, where I met my local representative and my local senator, my next door neighbors. I go home with veggies from the community garden and seeds to start in my own garden, and also recently learned how to replace a zipper on my rain jacket at a sewing workshop that they held. It was very fun. Similar to some of the, I think Diane said earlier, myths about the library, I wanted to talk about why young people care about having libraries around, and not to sound too self-important, but I do know that the borough needs young people to move here and stay here. There's not a lot of young folks in this audience today, and I just want to impart that when you think about ways that young people move here and live here and find jobs here and raise families here, think about libraries.
Okay, Kathy Kaiser. Kathy, oh, there you come.
Good evening, Assembly members, Mayor, staff. My name is Kathy Kaiser. You may be wondering why there's so many people here from libraries around the borough tonight. It's because our library board refuses to report on our libraries. So our friends groups have decided to take the job on themselves. So kudos to them tonight. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned about what's happening to our public libraries. Libraries exist to serve everyone, not just those who agree with a particular political, religious, or ideological viewpoint. Their mission is to provide access to information, ideas, and literature that reflect the full diversity of our community. That mission depends on intellectual freedom. Yet today, our libraries are being bogged down by a censorship process that is increasingly disconnected from professional library practice. Highly trained librarians spend years learning collection development, the process of selecting materials based on professional reviews, community needs, circulation data, and age appropriateness, literary merit, and established library standards. These are professionals who have dedicated their careers to this work. And yet we now have board members with no library training, no expertise in collection development, and no familiarity with the books themselves, second-guessing those decisions. Books are being flagged based on internet summaries, online reviews, ChatGPT searches, or assumptions about titles and themes rather than actual reading and professional evaluation. The result is not better oversight. The result is paralysis. Books that librarians have selected are delayed for months. New releases sit in limbo. Staff time is diverted from serving patrons to processing challenges and preparing reports. We have even seen challenged books quietly withdrawn by the very people who flagged them. after staff have already spent countless hours addressing concerns that ultimately went nowhere. This is not responsible governance. It is bureaucracy for the sake of bureaucracy. Meanwhile, librarians, the people with the actual expertise, are increasingly excluded from discussions about the collections they manage. Their professional judgment is treated as suspect, while the opinions of individuals with no training in library science are elevated above theirs. We should ask ourselves a simple question. If we would not ask untrained citizens to overrule engineers on bridge design, nurses on patient care, or teachers on curriculum development, why are we allowing untrained individuals to override professional librarians on library collections? The danger here is bigger than any single book. The danger is creating a system where personal preferences replace professional standards, where fear replaces expertise, and where censorship becomes easier than trust. Our libraries belong to all of us. They deserve professional respect and no political interference. Thank you.
Okay. Musgrave?
Good evening, Assembly members and the audience. My name is Dave Musgrave, and I rise tonight in enthusiastic support of OR 26021 because, frankly, residents have just had too much input for far too long. For over 20 years, the Planning Commission has been burdened with having to consider area comprehensive plans when deciding whether a massive gravel pit belongs next to someone's home. And honestly, who has time for that? Those plans only represent years of public meetings, citizen input, and community visioning. Why should that matter when compared to the exciting possibility of more dump trucks at 6 a.m.? I think this ordinance is a great step towards simplifying government by removing inconvenient neighborhood concerns like dust, noise, traffic, air quality, and property values from the conversation. Residents have grown accustomed believing that they should have a voice in what happens around their homes, and this ordinance courageously challenges that expectation. Some critics point out that only 1 out of 12 gravel permits have been denied since 2020, suggesting the current system has already heavily favors approval. But I ask you, why stop at 11 approvals when we can aim for 12 out of 12? And comprehensive plans themselves are clearly overrated. Communities spend years developing them, but documents reflecting residents' long-term goals can really slow things down when somebody wants to dig a very large hole. What I appreciate most about OR 26021 is the consistency. Over the past few years, we've seen a real commitment to reducing public influence over land use decisions, and this ordinance proudly continues that tradition. So tonight, I urge you to support efficiency, support fewer community voices, and support the bold idea that planning documents should never actually influence planning.
So that is all of the people that have signed up, and now I will open up to anybody that didn't testify that would like to address the assembly. Yeah, just come on up to the mic, state your name, and give your testimony, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Noel Lowe, and I want to speak in opposition to the excise tax on marijuana. I've lived here, 50 years. Raised 6 kids out here, and own multiple businesses out here and residential properties out here, and paid a lot of taxes out here. When the state of Alaska voted for legal cannabis, I believe the citizens wanted safe, regulated, and tax marijuana to be the goal. When we double the excise tax, I don't think it's going to generate the revenue that you guys think that it's going to generate. I think you're going to see a reduction in the revenue because many of these businesses are right now at the fringe of closing. They're on the fringe of shutting down. And you will ultimately move people from the legal, safe, regulated, and taxed marijuana businesses back to the black market, where fertilizers that are dangerous are used, where there's no oversight whatsoever to where the raw ingredients are brought up. Many of it comes from out of state. Right now, we're battling a lot of products coming out of China that are being used in the marijuana industry. Also, with our neighboring community, Anchorage, having a 5% tax, you're going to push those consumers there. I think 40% of Matsu Borough residents commute to Anchorage for work, shopping, and other things. So those folks are already in Anchorage. They're already there to shop. They're already there to spend their money. And if you double the tax out here, the effect is going to be that you push those consumers into the Anchorage market and away from your local businesses that pay those taxes out here. So it's been tried in other communities around the country, doubling and just continuing to tax the marijuana industry. And it has often resulted in reduced revenue for the communities that have done that. And I caution all of you to really consider that having a tax that's double what the municipality of Anchorage is. It's not business friendly. It's not, somebody mentioned earlier that you guys eliminated the business license fees, and I support that. I think that you guys have done so many things to support small business and to bring more employment into the valley. When I was young, you had to go to Anchorage for everything. There was nothing out here in the way of shopping, and a lot of industries just didn't exist out here. And our communities have grown. Wasilla has grown, Palmer's grown, the borough has grown, and there's tremendous opportunity for our residents to do their purchases out here. If you guys pass this, you're going to push those consumers into Anchorage and back to the illicit black market where they're not going to have safe products. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to address? Yes? Yeah, go ahead and make a line. Anybody else? Just come on. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
I actually signed up to speak on the ordinance 260-21, but I need to leave, so I'm going to say what I need to say now. My name is John Butcher. My wife and I have Kepler Bradley Lake Park. Obviously, we're already dealing with the impacts of a gravel pit in our backyard. This ordinance feels like just a punch in the gut to us. Why would you remove an extra layer of protection for people to have a voice when we're already seeing the effects of it on property owners? We're seeing what's happening to our property, the people around us. There needs to be a voice. There needs to be a plan. The gravel pits down the road from us were built on broken promises. Nothing's been done. Nothing's been improved. Nothing's been fixed. Nothing's been beautified. Nothing's been built there. They just continue to dig a hole. The fact that this ordinance was brought up it's shocking to me that we're actually sitting here talking about it. But if you look at the reason that it did come forward and who brought it forward, Max Sumner's a builder. He's a developer. His friends are in this business. Who stands to profit from less regulation? Him and his friends do. Your job is to represent the people of the Matanuska Borough, not yourself. This isn't a self-serving assembly. There's nothing wrong with the permit process right now. It's easy to get one, obviously, 11 out of 12. So, two things should happen here tonight. One thing, you guys should vote this down. It's ridiculous. Keep as is. Let the community have a voice. Pay attention to what people want in their neighborhoods, how they want things developed. Gravel pits we need them. Nobody's opposed to them, but they need to be regulated. They need to be planned, and they need to absolutely follow through on the plans that they put forth when they get their permit, which they have not in our neighborhood, I know. So this is a terrible, terrible idea. There's nothing wrong with the permit process as it stands right now. Leave it be. Do your job. Represent the people of the Matanuska Borough and vote it down. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Whitney Crombie, and I'm a longtime resident of the Matsu Borough. I also signed up to speak, so I'm a little confused what happened there. I'm here today as a concerned citizen in strong opposition of Ordinance 26-021, which would repeal the current standard that's been in place since 2005, requiring the Planning Commission to consider community comprehensive plans when deciding whether or not to approve a gravel pit. I am deeply disappointed to be here once again defending the comprehensive community plans, as it was only 5 years ago that the community residents gathered in this very room to successfully defeat a proposal to put in a large-scale gravel pit in our neighborhood. The residents made it very clear at that time that the comprehensive community plan was in place to ensure that residents would always have a voice in how their neighborhoods evolved. This ordinance, if adopted, silences the residents and essentially removes that protection. There are 15 other communities in the Mat-Su Borough that have adopted comprehensive plans that reference protection of land values and name gravel pits specifically as concerns. As assembly members are elected by the residents, are these members here today going to disregard the many years of work that was put in by the community councils in order to circumvent the wishes of the community and its residents to allow gravel pits in the middle of our neighborhoods? As elected members of the assembly, your duty is to represent the residents and our best interests, so please consider that and vote against this ordinance, which would silence our voices and inevitably lead to harming our environment, our community, and our quality of life. I did not come to speak about the shooting range, but it was very moving. I also disagree with that. I feel their pain. Do your job. Vote against this. No one here has supported the shooting range or the gravel pit, so whose interests are you representing? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Zachowski. I also signed up, and I am a resident of Meadow Lakes. Okay,
I'm
here-
wondering if you signed up under audience participation or if you signed up for one of the public hearings.
Madam Mayor,
Go
if I
ahead.
could. They did sign up under the public hearing. Right now, we're at audience participation, but you can speak about whatever you want.
Okay, well, I'm here this evening because I'm against the passage of ordinance 26-021. This ordinance would eliminate comprehensive plans of our communities. This, to me, is a violation of our property rights. Without the comprehensive plan, a gravel pit could be constructed anywhere without community consent, which is unacceptable. A gravel pit is considered heavy industry. A gravel pit can affect the water supply and can pollute the water. All parties involved with the gravel pit should be held liable for any damages to the area. Now, I have this November 4th, 2025 election booklet, and in this booklet on page 14, we have a candidate-elect, Maxwell Sumner. And on this page, it says property rights, government is meant to serve the citizens, not regulate them. So ordinance 26-021 in doing away with communities' comprehensive plans is not serving the citizens. I oppose the passage of this ordinance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Peronis, and I am a borough resident. I live in Talkeetna, and I have a question for the assembly. And I would love for this to become a public comment from you guys and Mayor DeVries. Why are we up here giving our testimonies? What is the actual purpose for the assembly members to listen to the audience? Are you guys actually tallying? Is there a clerk that tallies one pro shooting range, zero pro shooting range, one pro gravel pit? Is there anyone tallying this? Or are we supposed to get up here and actually convince you with our arguments? Or could I just say, I'm against this and pro this and against this? I really want to know this. And when you guys are sitting, whether it's in closed chambers or in your own home, thinking about these ordinances, or right now when you have to decide in a couple hours what to do, are you actually open and hearing what we're saying? Because it doesn't feel like it. So I want those two questions, I have so many questions answered at some point to the public. Because why are we here spending our time? And now we want to reduce public participation for the gravel permit, so it feels like we're not being heard. On the short notice, I would like to say I will be speaking later of the gravel pit, but I want to read a poem, the library poem by Julia Donaldson. Everyone is welcome to walk through the door. It really doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. There are books in boxes and books in shelves. They're free for you to borrow, so help yourselves. Come and meet your heroes, old and new, from William the Conqueror to Winnie the Pooh. You can look into the mirror or read the Times or bring along a toddler to chant some rhymes. The librarian's a friend who loves to lend. See if there's a book that she can recommend. Read that book, and if you're bitten, you can borrow all the other ones the author's written. Are you into battles or biography? Are you keen on gerbils or geography? Gardening or ghosts? Sharks or science fiction? There's something here for everyone, whatever your addiction. There are students revising, deep in conversation, and school kids doing projects, finding inspiration. Over in the corner, there's a table with a seating. So come along and join in the book club meeting. Yes, come to the library, browse and borrow, and help make sure it'll still be here tomorrow. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Talia Eichelberger. I'm here representing Hatcher's Grass, a local dispensary, and serving the Hatcher Pass community for many years. We've collected 140 signatures of the locals that an increase in the sales tax would negatively impact, from the tourism to the local budgets, to my own job. I've been working there over a year. I've also worked in several states in the marijuana industry over the last decade. So with that said, I made copies of the signature list if you guys would like them, and that is all I had to say. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening. My name is Carol LaWalter, and I've lived on the Palma-Wasilla Highway, the core area, for 65 years. I have had a gravel pit go in next to my home in Midtown Estates and directly across the street from my 6,000 square foot warehouse on the Palma-Wasilla Highway in the last year. When this gravel pit was being considered, I cited the Borough Core Comprehensive Plan adopted September 9, 2007, the 2035 Long Range Transportation Plan adopted December 5, 2017, and the Matsu-Borough Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan adopted September 26, 2023. These plans were given extensive public input as well as state and local agencies' input and careful consideration by the Assembly before the formal adoption process. These plans reflect the desires of the Matsu-Borough residents, which you were elected to represent. These plans were put in place to make the Matsu-Borough a wonderful place to live, build a business, and raise families. Several Assembly members have forgotten that you were elected to serve at the will of the people. Having a neighborhood gravel pit is not what the residents of the Matsu-Borough want. There are national studies done showing that the devaluation of properties up to 2 miles away from a gravel pit. There are national studies that show the health risk of living near a gravel pit. My water quality in my neighborhood has been adversely affected by the machinery operating in the nearby pit. I believe if there had been a directive by the Assembly that a CUP must comply with comprehensive plan, the Planning Commission would not have given any consideration to this CUP, and the Planning Commission entire consideration appears to consist of agreeing with a staff report that this CUP complied with comprehensive plan, when in reality, actual no research was done on their part. I am not opposed to a development in the Matsu-Borough, but I do implore the Assembly not to take away a safeguard that was put in place to protect the residents of the Matsu. A few assembly members should not be able to dictate the future of the borough after so much input from residents regarding how they want their communities to look. Please go on record that cups for gravel pits must comply with Matsu Borough comprehensive plans for each community. And I would like to say, I am a 1975 graduate of Girl State, and my father was one of the first borough assembly members and president and borough chairman and borough mayor. So this goes really deep to me, how you represent the people. You are here to represent the people, not your own interests, please. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Casey Elliott. I am a homeowner. I am in the greater Palmer area, and I've heard a lot about what ifs. What if we get a gravel pit? What if we do this? What if this? I'd like to tell you about how I live near a gravel pit. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what that's like. Okay, so you imagine you're getting up on a Saturday morning, you're laying in bed at 6:30, maybe 6 o'clock in the morning, sun's up because it's summer, and all you hear is a constant droning noise of rocks tumbling all day long from sunup to sundown. I don't live next to a gravel pit, talking about like right up against it. I'm about a quarter mile away, and I can hear that from my house. Inside of my house, with all the windows closed, okay? It is loud. We know that there are public health effects for droning, ongoing noise. There are mental health effects, there are cardiovascular effects, and it is a public health concern, not just economic, okay? So we have to, one of the things that we talk about a lot here is like, you know, we want to be a part of the planning process. There's a really good reason for that, because once these things are permitted, once these are under construction, once they are up and running, there is little, if any, enforcement of noise, of dust, of air quality, of noise reduction, anything like that. So we have to get it right from the very, very beginning. And we have to have our voices involved from the very beginning, because we know on the back end, it is very hard to undo this once it's been done. All right. I also live near a shooting range, so I feel for you guys too. Like I also live near an asphalt plant, so I have it like really bad. So, but in what I will say about this is that the thing is that you guys are always talking about, you know, individual freedoms, property owner rights, homeowner rights, and then yet you want to pass things that curtail our individual rights and our property owner rights in favor of something instead that doesn't pay taxes currently for extraction, doesn't really actually give a lot to the Matsu Valley, at least not the one near my house, because it goes straight on the freaking train. So I just like you to understand that this is something that is a constant thing for me, and that please at least consider our voices for the people that this will happen to in the future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bush. I'm the Executive Director of Valley Transit. I come to say thank you for funding Valley Transit to be able to maintain service level and give you a little update. I did hear the concerns, rightfully so, about marketing. So we applied for a grant to be able to do fare free June, and all of June, all the commuter routes are fare free. There is no exceptions. However many rides you want to take will be fare free. So that's jumping off of our new marketing campaign that was encouraged. I hope you guys all try the bus if you haven't. I know you're conservative, so it's free, and I'm sure you can't say no to that, right? Also, we signed up to do the 4th of July parade in Wasilla as an outreach event. So if any of you guys have been there, there's a lot of participation, and we get to hand out a lot of schedules. We've also been working on adding more signage at our bus stops. There's a picture of one of them on the front. I have an update of our capital. We did just get new ADA accessible all-wheel drive minivan put into service. It's not wrapped yet, but we bought it and did our testing and put it in service the next day. So we will be getting it wrapped soon, but already serving passengers daily on that. We have 4 all-wheel drive ADA accessible transit vans on order. They were supposed to be in, but they are slightly delayed till the first week of July is now the ETA. We do have funding for 2 more, so hoping to procure those, get a contract signed, and hopefully they'll be here by November. So that will be 6 more vehicles to the demand response fleet. Also applying for funding for 2 new cutaways. So cutaways are the shorter buses. They hold around 28 passengers. We service like the senior centers to do shopping day, U360, larger group events, but with demand response service with those. I did put what our fleet is currently, just so you have an idea of where we're at and where we're going. Leveraging funds, government peak, the Matsu Borough did put a request for quotations back out, but we were able to work together on that, and hopefully, I haven't got the contract renewal yet, but we think it'll be able to be put inside that, so that up to $50,000 will be saved from the borough. MVP just recommended that the Alaska Railroad get 10% of public transit funds. Okay, well, I took pretty good notes. There's ridership in there. We went up 1,000 rides from last month, and just on the commuter route. Maybe next time I can be on agency reports next quarter, so I can have more time. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, alrighty. Let's go to the people online, and then we'll take a break. Okay, go ahead, and whoever's online, please.
Hi, my name is Cara Walker, and I'm calling on behalf of the Talkeetna Community Council. I'm calling in opposition of Ordinance 26-021. Material extraction has an impact on our community, and our comprehensive plan should be considered because it represents our community. Time and effort was put into the Talkeetna Comprehensive Plan as a roadmap for its future, and we appreciate it being respected in actions taken by the borough. Thank you for your time.
Next, who's online, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
All right, thank you. This is Kathleen Harms. My family has owned property on Zero Lake Road since 1956. That translates to 70 years of property taxes, which must count for something. I testified against this very bad idea for a shooting range on Zero Lake Road on the previous occasion as a solution to what the borough might do about its shooting problem. My comments are on record. For tonight, the many, many reasons not to have a shooting range at Zero Lake Road have been represented by thoughtful, intelligent, committed, good citizens. At the same time, there are no reasons in support of this very bad idea. There has been plenty of time and evidence for you, our representatives, to figure out what your people want. Please do not make us wonder once again who is influencing or what is influencing our elected officials. Please decide in favor of the public interest. Please do the right thing. Please vote no on this very bad idea for Zero Lake Road, and obviously on the gravel ordinance. And that is all I have to say.
Okay, who's ever next, please, online?
Hi, sorry. I wanted to speak on Action Memorandum 26-075 when it's time to speak on that, so I do apologize.
You would have to speak now. There is no public hearing on an action memorandum. You'd have to speak under audience participation, which is you're on right now.
Okay, perfect. So, good evening. My name is Taysha Street with Red Valley Services. I'm speaking on Action Memorandum 26-075, the award of the Big Lake RSA. I want to keep it simple. Choose the contractor who was the low bidder for this RSA was previously rejected by the borough due to performance concerns. Today, we are being told that this contractor is now considered responsible despite no clear explanation of what has changed. The only difference we can see is that their bid price is now lower, but a lower bid does not resolve performance concerns. In fact, it raises additional risk that the project will not be completed successfully. In reviewing the bid, there are also concerns with how the pricing is structured, specifically with higher rates applied to frequently used equipment. For instance, in the bid, the borough's suggested rate for the motor grader was $165 an hour, which is what the other contractors offered theirs at. Choose, on the other hand, had a motor grader in the last bid that was rejected at $225 an hour. For this bid, it's now at $350 an hour, and then equipment that's not often used, such as a compactor, went from $100 an hour to $80 an hour, as well as a vacuum truck going from $350 an hour to $165 an hour, just to offset the increased inflation. This way of bidding could result in higher actual costs to the borough despite a lower initial bid. My question is simple. What has materially changed that now makes this contractor responsible for this project? Because from our perspective, awarding this contract under these conditions introduces unnecessary performance and financial risk and undermines the confidence in the procurement process. Thank you.
Who's ever next online, please?
Hello, my name is Carol Tyler, and I'd like to speak about the shooting range. We really don't want one there. Nobody in the area wants one there. I haven't heard anybody say they want the shooting range, except for the guy who proposed it. I don't know what he's going to get out of it, but it must be something because he's sticking by it as though it's like a dog that won't let go of a bone. So just please listen to the people who pay their taxes, live in the area, and own land in the area, which I own land in the area. And I really don't want my grandkids shot with a stray bullet from a bunch of people shooting off their guns. So please, just vote against it. It's not a good idea at all. Thank you.
Next person online, please.
Hello, this is Melissa Toffelon, and I live in Meadow Lakes. I'm here to speak on the proposed ordinance OR 26021 regarding the gravel pit siting. While we all understand the need for infrastructure and industrial materials, I'm deeply concerned by the provision that allows these operations to bypass our existing community planning documents. Our community spent countless hours, resources, and energy drafting those planning documents. They're not arbitrary guidelines or suggestions. They represent a shared vision for our safety, our property values, our environment, and our future. They dictate where heavy industrial activity makes sense and where it safely doesn't. When you bypass those plans, a few critical things happen. It undermines public trust, it creates structural risks, and it sets a dangerous precedent. If we ignore community planning for gravel pits today, what will we ignore them for tomorrow? I'm not asking for a blanket ban on growth or industry. We're asking for accountability. We're asking this board to honor the very planning process that this borough established to protect its citizens. by having community councils. Please please eliminate this ordinance. Do not approve it to require that any proposed gravel pits comply with existing community planning documents. Let's work together to grow our borough without tearing down the foundations of the communities that built it. Thank you for your time and your service.
Do we have anybody else? Okay. Next person online, please.
My name is Hannah Hansley, and I am opposing the shooting range on Zero Lake Road. I am one of the property owners there, and my property is one that runs directly adjacent to the proposed shooting range. My husband and I purchased this property a year ago with the plan of really cleaning up the area and building a full-time residence there. We purchased this property to have a safe and peaceful homestead to raise our family and animals on. But with the proximity of this range, that will not be possible. We have put our development plans for the property and really our entire lives on hold since we got the notice of this range back in October. And we now have to continue to put our lives on hold due to the decision being pushed again. So please consider the effects this has on our lives and the lives of others in the area and choose a different location for this range. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next online, please.
My name is Kristen Smith. I'm speaking in opposition to the ordinance approving of the shooting range near Zero Lake Road. As a registered nurse for over 11 years, I've seen firsthand the devastating consequences of firearm injuries, which makes me especially mindful of the importance of safety when selecting locations for shooting activities. Even when people have the best intentions and follow all safety rules, accidents can and do happen, and they will happen. Because of that, I believe the borough has a responsibility to be extremely cautious when considering a shooting range near cabins, recreational areas, people's homes, and places where families spend time outdoors. My concern is not with responsible firearm ownership or recreational shooting itself, but with ensuring that these activities are located where the risk to nearby residents and visitors is minimized. Once a range is established, the impact on surrounding property owners, recreational users, and visitors can be difficult to reverse. I respectfully ask the Assembly to carefully consider whether this location is truly the most appropriate and safest choice before moving forward. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Who's ever next in line, please?
Hi, my name is Lynn Fuller. Thank you for hearing testimony tonight. I'd like to speak in opposition to Ordinance 26021. I have two comments. The ordinance states that gravel extraction is the only conditional use that is subject to a plan consistency standard. And I don't know who or under what circumstances that ordinance was written, but I think that, or the community plan, but I suspect because a gravel pit has such an impact on a community that the plan reflects that importance. And the development of a gravel pit requires scrutiny, both scrutiny and community input. So there may be a good reason that it is the only one subject to a standard in the Matsu comp plan. The language also, secondly, the language in the summary statement says the ordinance supports the goals and objectives of the MSB comp plan, and specifically states one goal or policy, I don't remember, to create an attractive environment for business investment. This is real cherry picking when this ordinance was drafted. That is one goal. But if you look at the Matsu Borough website under Borough-wide Comprehensive Plan, the plan justification states that the Borough-wide Comp Plan, as amended, provides general goals and policy recommendations to help guide future development in order to enhance our quality of life and the public health, safety, and welfare. It seeks to promote a high quality of life for a 20-year period, and it goes on. There's not one mention of that in the ordinance, and it just seems like it's really been crafted to be pro-development, rather than thinking of the implications of that development or what the community desires. I think like shooting ranges, gravel pits are extremely high impact, and the Matsu Borough Comp Plan was designed and community planned to address concerns and issues and are long-term, very thought-out plans. I really hope the Assembly chooses not to gut it by cutting out certain select things for the interest of certain people who want to make a profit over the interests of the community members. And since I have time, I was listening to all the other people speak about the shooting ranges and against the gravel pit change, and wondering what kind of site selection process might be in place or might be enacted to look in the future at the placement of shooting ranges and gravel pits. We have site selections, I believe, for schools because of safety reasons and transportation. And maybe there needs to be something similar, if there isn't, for really egregious things like shooting ranges that really impact communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another person? Oh, two more. Okay. Go ahead. Who's ever next online?
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name is James Christie. I'm a third-generation Alaskan. I'm calling to speak in opposition of 26-021. I have a long history in Alaska. My family has been here for 80 years. For over 60 years, we've owned and worked land in the valley. I was struck by something that was said very early in tonight's meeting. Discussion about some young women who were being instructed on civics out in Sutton. I have a personal opinion that we don't spend enough energy investing in the education of civics for our young people, so I'm happy to hear that's happening. When I was taught civics, when I was a young man, what I learned about was the United States government and how it was supposed to operate. We are a representative democracy. This is a government for the people and by the people. Now, I admire the gravel industry's persistence in continuing to try to get gravel permits built. The reality is we have existing legislation that's worked and worked well. Over 90% of gravel permits have been approved. That suggests that the process is working very much in favor of the gravel industry already. The idea of eliminating public input in order for the gravel industry to take a second kick at the cat for more gravel development it stuns the conscience, shocks the conscience that they could be doing this. I urge the Assembly to reject the proposed ordinance. I do not believe it's in line with the citizens' values. I would echo all the comments of people who spoke earlier. Thank you for your time.
Next person online, please.
Hi, am I being heard?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. This is Catherine Thoden. I'm a forester with the Division of Forestry and Fire Protection out of Palmer. I'm not calling to represent the agency. I am representing myself personally for the record. This is my opinion and only my opinion. I am collectively reporting on Zero Lake and the poor decision for creating a shooting site there. My background is in GIS consulting. I was former planning in the community, and I've lived here over 22 years homesteading. I live off grid and I mush in that area. That was my personal connection with the area at the get-go. I've met a lot of residents that live there, and I agree with everyone who opposes this. And I want to deeply apologize to everyone who's had to invest any time in this direction whatsoever. This has been reviewed several times, probably every other spring when people drink coffee or beer and decide that the old hangout up there should be some more shooting. In the past year, because the area was closed to shooting, we haven't had to clean up the area as much as the division cost. For road budget, we've been able to go probably with a quarter of what was really necessary to repair that road every other year. The actual people that come down from Fairbanks that work for the division to work on the road had their equipment vandalized last year when they came down every other year to do that portion that they could afford to do. We don't have the resources, the equipment, or the staff here that do come down from Fairbanks to maintain that road. The road is washed out every year. We do have a lot of potholes. It isn't to a condition that is to the public because it was a logging road, formerly a railroad spur and a gold trail, and before that, native areas used it mostly for hunting, but some were residents in the areas. I understand it before the written word. Anyway, I wanted to say all that just because I don't think there's a rationale for culture in the area or that logging trucks are going up and down to provide safe access for public use. Commercial planning belongs where commercial planning is safe, first and foremost. We've had several people comment on health concerns. We also have GIS criteria that I don't think were included with site selection. You can fire into a mountain, you can get gravel out of a mountain. Nobody lives near some very steep areas that are actually potential sites, and I don't understand why that isn't a simple case. When you look at GIS criteria that are practical to evaluate with, we're looking at an area that is high in drug use. The city has created a campground there that they couldn't maintain. If people are wiping out picnic tables, fire sites, and can't maintain a clean bathroom at all every day, and it gets demolished with fire shots in the area and all kinds of abusive behavior, how are you going to maintain something that is high risk? So commercial does have to be separated from residential light use, multi-use area that's designed for logging and getting your firewood out. So we do have commercial timber sales in the area. Just wanted to comment. Pulling that all together, I appreciate everybody's time and investment, but I really don't think it should be assigned to this, and I'm wondering what the distractions are we could really be working on in this community. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else online? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call a break, and let's come back at 8:35. Can I go ahead and have the assembly members come back to the podium, please? I need assembly members back, please, and will the audience come to order?
Hello, everybody. We're starting the meeting.
So I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And Madam Clerk?
Ordinance 26021, an ordinance repealing a general standard of MSB 1730, conditional use permit for earth materials extraction activities. And if you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Don't think we ever technically closed audience participation. We just adjourned without closing it, so.
Okay.
I don't know.
I close audience participation.
Thank you.
For what, 20 minutes ago? Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you.
So we have now ordinance 26-021 before us. We have the public hearing and it's open. And so some of you may signed up on that, and even if you did sign up and testify under audience participation, you can still testify under the public hearing. But this public hearing will only receive testimonies that has to do with the ordinance 26-021. So Karen Zakshadowski.
She doesn't want to speak again.
Okay. And Robert Griffin? Yeah, yep, okay. You're welcome to, but that's fine. Dave Oliver? Okay.
My name is Dave Oliver. I'm a 45-year resident of the borough, and I am opposed to the adoption of 26-021 to remove the requirement for the Planning Commission to go on public record that granting a conditional use permit for earth materials extraction activities is in compliance with the Borough Comprehensive Plan. The proposed ordinance to remove the requirement for cups for gravel pits to comply with requirements of the Borough Comprehensive Plan will at a minimum strip the Matsu Borough citizens of a safeguard prohibiting gravel pits to be built with no regard to the requirements of the Comprehensive Plan. The justification for this change is, quote, consistency, unquote, that Title 17.30 may be the only conditional use permit that specifically requires the borough to be on record that granting a cup is in compliance with the Comprehensive Plan, implying that this is somehow a mistake in the current ordinance and needs to be corrected. The contention that the Comprehensive Plan is a, quote, guiding policy document, unquote, and therefore automatically a consideration for granting cups for gravel pits is incorrect. Even if this, quote, automatic consideration, unquote, of the Comprehensive Plan were true, the current ordinance requirement for the Planning Commission to specifically state on the public record that granting a cup for a new gravel pit is in compliance with the Comprehensive Plan prevents the requirements of the plan from being glossed over with little to no consideration. The requirement to go on record is no additional work in any way, shape, or form a burden to the Planning Commission. This requirement is nothing more than the Planning Commission publicly and officially documenting that they have considered the requirements of the Planning Commission of the Comprehensive Plan and granting of a cup for a gravel pit for future reference. Chapter 17.30 as written imposes no additional hardship on the Planning Commission, is illegal as written, and the requirement for the Planning Commission to be on record that granting a cup for a gravel pit was specifically included in the ordinance by the authors of the ordinance for a reason and should not be removed for, quote, consistency's sake. There is absolutely no reason to modify this ordinance to delete this requirement. And that is specifically following up that 11 out of 12 cups for gravel pits have been permitted. As a previous speaker had mentioned, do we want to make it 12 out of 12? Why don't we just throw the whole thing out and not let anybody do whatever they want? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Troy? I think Anthus. I think he did testify before, but I guess he's gone. Okay. Whitney Crombie? Whitney?
She testified before too.
Okay. Patty Fisher?
She didn't.
Yeah, we haven't seen you yet.
I'm looking forward to this.
Hello, my name is Patty Fisher. I'm a resident of Meadow Lakes. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to fail 26-021, which guts community comprehensive plans. There are 15 comprehensive plans across the borough, written by residents, approved by the borough. These plans were written by local residents to represent what a community wants for its area. It took Meadow Lakes 4 years to write our plan, with 40 residents contributing. The plan represents the values of the community. It is not law and not zoning. Our plan was used in 2021 at the recommendation of Director Alex Strawn to oppose a gravel pit in our town core area. The pit would have been in the middle of a residential area, some of those residents you heard earlier, down a narrow road where children walk to school. It would have affected the water, air, noise level, traffic, the general peace, and property values of the residents. It was opposed by the Planning Commission and failed by the Board of Adjustments and Appeals. Mr. Bowles, you talk about property rights. Well, it's a two-way street. Those residents who want gravel, you refer to, but it's also the residents who have property rights who do not want a dangerous activity put into their community, adversely changing their lives and lowering their property values. To be clear, Meadow Lakes Comprehensive Plan does not oppose gravel. It just opposes a pit in a dangerous, inappropriate, I think that's the key word, an inappropriate place. This legislation, written by Mr. Sumner, is a shotgun approach to solving the problem. If you have a problem with gravel in Fairview, I suggest that you solve it directly instead of gutting 15 comprehensive plans. Assembly members, in your district, you probably have several communities with comprehensive plans. Do not ignore these plans. Do not gut them. Protect your residents. Please fail this legislation. And in case you all have not noticed, there are 3 assembly members who operate construction-related businesses and have a financial interest in gravel being available. 3 assembly members right up here. This seems to be a conflict of interest, and I believe that recusal should be called for. Thank you.
Carl Walter, is the last name? No? And John Butcher, I think he testified before, but is John still here? No, don't see him. And Dave Musgrove, I think, is gone also, right? And Colleen.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is Colleen Vague, and I oppose Resolution 26-021. There are 2 distinct categories of landowners. There are those people who purchase land for a commodity, and there are those people who purchase land for a homestead, a place to live on and pass on to their relatives. Why in this borough is land as a commodity placed at a higher value to the borough than people's land who just want to live there in peace and quiet? There are marijuana businesses, tall structures, fireworks driveways, junkyards, medical waste incinerators. They're all some of the non-conforming land use that require a conditional use permit, which, by the way, the definition is in the word. Permit does not say prohibited. This is a permit with conditional uses based on the land use organization that you're planning to put on it. Because Matsu Borough has no zoning, nuisance businesses are added to the conditional use permit by the people because of one of two reasons. One, because the borough has no way to proactively stop nuisance businesses from being built, and so the people apply them. Or two, because some neighbor has established a business which is so egregious it conflicts with the neighborhood enjoyment of their own property. The Assembly can muddy things up by saying gravel pit extraction is the only CUP, quote, subject to specific comprehensive plan standards. Therefore, it must have some kind of legal issue attached to it. I find it interesting that in that very same vein, there's example of one utility business that gets to come to the borough and place liens against people's property at the risk of foreclosure. Yet there's no legal issue there that you have found. So, I digress, but I will return to. So I have a solution. How about every CUP nuisance business be included in the specific comprehensive plan standards? That's another way to solve the issue. Then you don't have just one. Matsu General Comprehensive Plan, LU, which stands for Land Use 2, has protect resident neighborhoods and associated property value, says develop and implement regulations that protect residential development by separating incompatible uses. It also states LU-3, encourage commercial and industrial development that is compatible with the residential development and local community desires. Planning Commission put out an ordinance 26-04. And in that ordinance, they have in the final whereas on the front page, the proposed ordinance removes the standards, which were placed in there, while maintaining the intent and operation of borough-established conditional use reviews. It's kind of like taking away all the safety standards in school districts and then say, but we intend to keep the kids safe. I wonder why gravel pits are the exception to this rule. Maybe it's time for follow the money.
Okay. Tish. Tish. There she is.
Good evening. My name is Tish Lee. Thank you for being here tonight and letting us all speak. As community members and taxpayers, we just want a say in what happens near our homes. We want to have a say in the decisions that affect our community and our home values. And as Mr. Coffin had said earlier, this was put in place to decide what works specifically for our area and what our members envision long-term for maybe generations ahead. So please do not approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And Jennifer Pyronis. Jennifer?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Peronis, and I am speaking today to be in opposition of ordinance number 26-021. I already talked earlier about, are you listening to us? And this is a blatant ordinance saying, no, we're not. We don't want to listen to you. You're wasting our time. We're not interested in public comment. Because it might cost us a little bit more money, or it might take time, or it might look like the big companies might think we care more about our citizens than we do about a contracting company. Is it true? If you guys vote tonight to keep this ordinance on the table, it is a clear message to your constituents that you don't want to hear from us anymore. You don't even want to, it's one thing to listen to us and then not respect what we say and go right ahead and vote against everything all your constituents talked about. But now you don't even want to, you want to cut that out. It's just a waste of time because we don't listen to you anyway. So let's just remove it and say we don't need public comment anymore. It's too much money and we don't care. That's what I'm hearing for this ordinance. And yeah, there's a lot of things about gravel pits in the House, and there's a lot of people talking some really good things about why gravel pits and homeowners should have a voice with a gravel pit near their house, just like a shooting range. There's a lot of good arguments out there. But to me, this ordinance is about we don't care about our citizens. We got voted, we're in. When election time comes, we'll talk about other stuff. And we don't want to hear your voice. Gravel pits aren't even really, the main ones are in districts 5, 6, and 7. And you're in District 4. So why am I not getting to vote for someone who is creating ordinances that affect my district? He creates an ordinance, I didn't vote for him because I'm not even allowed to. And yet he's going to influence what happens in all the other districts in the Matsu Borough. There's a lot about this ordinance. Please today vote against this ordinance so that we feel that we are still in America and that we are being governed by the people and for the people. Thank you.
Sandy, Bill? Sandy, you think that's Bill? Bill? Oh, yeah.
Hello, my name is Sandy Belk. I live in the Matsu Borough, and fabulous comments tonight. I would just like to add my voice to vote down any change to the gravel pit ordinance. Thank you.
Hey, Casey Elliott, Casey? Okay. So that is all that signed up. Is there anybody else who would like? Yes, come here. Yeah, and you can just line up also, so.
My name is Jade Laughlin. I'm literally the most unpopular guy in the room because I own Central Gravel Products in Palmer, or on the Palmer-Wasilla border. I've spent a lot of time reading this ordinance, listening to other planning commission meetings about this ordinance, listening to Alex Strawn explaining and getting deep down in this. And what I think is happening here is gravel pits are very emotional, and I get that. The first thing I'll say is there's nothing easy, Stephanie, about getting a gravel extraction permit. It took me 2 years, $300,000, and it took about 6 years off my life dealing with getting this permit. So there's nothing easy about it. Secondly, Mr. Sumner, there's a lot of emotion in this topic, and I commend you for taking it on. And I think we're not diving in and looking at the nuts and bolts of this. And what I think, and the way I interpret it, and this is me personally, not as a gravel pit owner, just me as a borough taxpayer, is you're cleaning up language that protects the comprehensive plan. You have KGB is a very distinct area of the valley that has no service for gravel. I delivered 4 loads out there today that had I delivered those in my service district that I normally work in, would have cost my customers $400 less. But because of the truck time and putting extra trucks on the road to service these clients, we're talking about public safety, we're talking about wear and tear. And the gravel industry pays its fair share of wear and tear. It's called a federal excise tax. We pay 12% on everything we buy that relates to a truck. Tires, fuel, a fan belt, we pay 12% on that. So we're paying to use our roads on top of the property taxes that I pay up for my gravel pit, which is in excess of $40,000. I'm happy to pay those. I'm happy to be a contributing member. I'm one of the few gravel pits in the valley that had my community council support me on getting my gravel extraction permit, because I spent a lot of time with my community council listening to their concerns and coming up with a plan that we could all agree with. And I really think that this is a lot of what Max is trying to do, is to get everybody talking, get everybody working together to come up with a plan that works, that benefits everybody. And if that means that the gravel extraction permit doesn't go through, then that's what it means. But what I don't want to hear anymore, and I think is bad for that you guys aren't listening. I think you are listening. So please, I vote in favor of this only because it clears up language to protect our comprehensive plans for future development. Thank you.
Jeannie Tershinsky. I live off of KGB, and God help us, the last thing we need is a gravel pit out there. Well, just a couple meetings ago, you had people from Kepler Bradley here talking about their lake rising. So I did a little research. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to do some research. Gravel pits can indeed cause lakes to rise. Look it up. There's so much gravel pits on both sides of that road there. I am certain that is an unintended consequence. You are causing more problems than you're helping. If it's true that wherever that guy's from, that he worked with this community council, good on him. That's what we should be doing, but this ordinance does not support that. We should not be taking away the power from the people. What are you doing? I do not in any way understand this assembly. There are so many things in so many meetings, and this is an egregious abuse of this, that you do not listen to your people. You just wad up things and throw them at the wall and see if they stick. You do no research. Come on, do your job and start listening for one thing. And 3 of you at least up there, I think it's more than that, need to recuse yourself from this vote, because it is an ethical conflict of interest for you to vote if you are in the construction business anyway on this ordinance or any related ordinance to gravel pits, because you serve to gain money. Now look, we had to vote off the last guy that was big into making the assembly his money thing from construction. I guess we can do it with some more, but it's really gross. It is disappointing. It's gross. God help us. Why are you even on the assembly?
Anybody else would like to testify on this ordinance?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. I'm going to be brief, and if you know me, that's rare. I am against this gravel ordinance or any change to a gravel ordinance because I've been here on several assembly nights where we were after midnight discussing gravel. It's been discussed and discussed and discussed, and this just seems to be thrown at us as a way to undercut all of the other discussions that we did. And I don't understand why it's on there. I don't understand why we have to redo what the people have already told you about and talked to you about. You were here for that meeting. A lot of you were here for that meeting. It was well after midnight, two times in a row. So please, vote it down. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, come, sure.
Good evening. My name is Eric Hessness. I just want to say a couple things. First of all, I'd like to thank Stephanie Nowers for her continued public support. She listens to the people. She knows that 99% of the population is against this ordinance. I'd like to thank the mayor, Edna DeVries, who last time, if my memory serves me correctly, despite all the public opposition, it still passed. You guys passed it. And our mayor vetoed it. Now, I don't know why this is brought up again for the 3rd time. It just seems like it's a crime, a waste of time. And Edna, once again, the press is watching, the public's watching. Thank you for your support. Thanks, everybody.
Anyone else? Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. And Assemblyperson Sumner?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd ask that we can address some of the concerns that people have about conflicts and recusals. I would like to state that I did consult with the attorney and I reviewed the borough code on ethics, and I have never operated a gravel pit. I do not plan on operating a gravel pit. I do not profit from gravel. And though I may purchase some gravel, I do not mark it up for my clients. Any potential benefit from this ordinance is conjectural, hypothetical. So it's my opinion that I do not have a conflict.
Okay, go ahead. Did you want to move the ordinance?
Yes, I'm going to move to adopt ordinance 26-021.
Okay.
And I would
You
ask
wanna
for,
speak to it some more?
I'd like to ask for a staff report before I speak
Okay,
to it.
sure.
I think there's a lot of confusion and misunderstanding about it.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Mat-Su Borough. I am the author of this ordinance, and I actually am the one who brought this to Assemblymember Sumner after he asked the question why it is that we're having limited gravel specifically in the Kinnick Fairview area. And I thought that I might have an explanation, and I ended up producing this ordinance for him. And I just want to give you my perspective of why I brought this ordinance to Assemblymember Sumner and why I thought it was a good idea. So it eliminates one of 5 general standards that are within the Borough Gravel Code. That is that the use is not inconsistent with the applicable comprehensive plan. So if this one provision were to be removed from code, there's still a very robust public process for gravel pits. There's still 4 other general standards, including that the permit will not be harmful to the public health, safety, and general welfare, that the use will preserve the value, spirit, character, and integrity of the surrounding area. That particular standard, you could actually consult the local comprehensive plan to help make that determination as one of the findings that the Planning Commission would make. It has a robust notification process. The Planning Commission hears it and hears public testimony. There's noise requirements, there's reclamation requirements, there's requirements that we consider the safety of traffic. There's water quality provisions in there. There's provisions for if you're going to be mining in the water table to protect water table issues. Hours of operation, dust, pretty much there's required compliance with state and federal laws. A lot of the concerns that people have would remain within this ordinance and would be part of the public process if this were to get adopted. The problem that I have seen with this particular provision is that it makes comprehensive plans self-implementing. And our comprehensive plans have been adopted and incorporated in Title 15. We have dozens of comprehensive plans all under the umbrella of the borough-wide comprehensive plan. And I have instances where this has been problematic when trying to make these comprehensive plans into strict law. They're great policy documents, and I do not want to devalue the importance of comprehensive plans and the effort that went into those. But they should not be used as self-implementing regulatory documents. Some communities do that. They have self-implementing plans, especially if like you're in an urban area and you have a small area that you want a very specific plan how it's going to be redeveloped or developed. But those comprehensive plans are regularly updated and given a lot of resources to make it a very accurate and useful document. Our comprehensive plans, our newest ones are almost 10 years old. Our oldest ones are 30 to 40 years old. They're currently in code right now. The Kinnick Fairview one is our most glaring example of how this code provision is problematic, where they essentially say that gravel extraction is only allowed within industrial areas, and then it has sort of a hand-drawn map with 2 properties that are labeled as industrial areas, one of which is already being used by Alaska Block and Concrete, and the other one that is a junkyard. So there's a de facto prohibition of the entire Kinnick Fairview area because it essentially restricts it from happening in there. And so, yes, we have a higher approval rate of conditional use permits for gravel, but if somebody comes in with a conditional use permit request in the Kinnick Fairview area, we generally tell them this is going to be a very uphill battle and we're probably going to recommend denial because of this provision of the comprehensive plan. So it is very restrictive in that. There's also many other examples that I have where it's either restrictive or at least conflicting within our code or within our comprehensive plans, where you could read it one way or another because you have this large policy document that you're turning into a regulatory document. I could give examples if you'd like, but that is why I brought this to Assemblymember Sumner, and I guess I'd be happy to answer questions you have.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
You know, I've been getting a lot of feed from the public. They're trying to throw out the comprehensive plan. They're going to railroad gravel across this. What problem is this ordinance trying to solve?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I put this forward, I didn't think it was going to be controversial. I was wrong. I thought it was going to be sort of a cleanup ordinance. The problem is that I don't think our comprehensive plans were intended to be self-implementing, meaning they were not intended to be regulatory. When we adopt regulations, we have to consult the comprehensive plan. That is required by state law. That's why in the IM it says, you know, it addresses the comprehensive plan, the borough-wide comprehensive plan. But I don't think that they're ever intended to be regulatory documents that are hard law.
Does the ordinance apply to more than just gravel pits?
So this particular ordinance only applies to gravel pits. However, there are other conditional use permits that have the same provision within it.
If this ordinance is adopted, are there other protections in place within the gravel code that would remain?
Yeah, as I listed before, there's a robust process with a lot of standards.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
And I always listen to you, Alec, but I got a question about this one. If we're granting basically 90% of the conditional use permits, I don't see a problem. It seems like this is a problem, a solution in search of a problem, and I don't see the problem. And then when I hear all these people, it's like, nobody wants it? You're right about it being, contradictory. I don't see the need for it if there hasn't been a need for it. It hasn't impeded anything. The only thing that I see is that the public feels that they are being, and I appreciate all of the process still, but if the public says, we still want this one piece, why is that a problem? And I have to tell you, before this meeting started, I had talked to my limited two folks on this thing, and I didn't really see a problem. Now I do because nobody wants it. And if it isn't causing a problem, let's just all stop talking about it. Or we can talk about zoning.
Yeah. So I think it's a great question. So the problem is not necessarily very tangible. What I can tell you is that when we get a lot of tire kickers, and people they have a piece of property, they want to utilize it, say they have a hill they want to take down or they want to start a gravel operation. If they come to us and they're in the Knick Fairview area, we give them what we call the free no, right? We let them know this is going to be very difficult because of this provision in code. So the effects of that are you don't have a lot of gravel pits out in that area, but it's still developing. People are still putting in septic tanks and developing driveways, and so they're having to import gravel, which results in more wear and tear on roads and has impacts in other areas of the borough where they have gravel pits. So gravel pits, nobody wants to live next to them because they are noise producers and dust producers and all that. But people are best served when they're at least in somewhat the same proximity as where development is occurring, because it's just less travel time, less expensive, and less wear and tear on our roads.
I agree with everything you just said. But if I come to you with a product and I say, this is dynamite, it's going to solve all your problems, and everybody that's a customer of yours says, we're not buying it. Can you sell it?
I completely understand. Yeah, I'm just giving you my perspective.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers, and then next.
I have the same reaction that Ms. McKee has. I'm trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve because we're approving 11 out of 12 conditional use permits in the past 6 years. So this has been in place since 2005, this stipulation, and somehow it hasn't caused a problem. We're still permitting gravel pits, and just confirming that it was 2005, so it's been in place since then. How many times in the last 5 years has somebody come and said, I want to put a gravel pit in Kinnick Fairview, and you've had to tell them no?
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 times, but that's just me. We have an entire department. We have current planners. I don't know all the conversations that people are having. I don't see all the tire kickers. I can think of at least 2 or 3 times where I personally have been involved in the conversation.
With different people?
Correct.
And so I guess I'm just looking at, again, who's turning up. Somebody asked, do you pay attention? And we've had 25 people testify and 1 in favor. And then we've had more than 25, 30. I kind of lost track of all the emails. They're all opposed. So why have we, in 7 years on the Assembly, I have never been contacted or heard from a single potential pit operator. Why aren't they here supporting this? I don't know if you have a rhetorical, it's kind of a rhetorical question, but, and then the other, maybe because they feel like the Assembly, I don't want to get into any kind of sort of back and forth, but I just look at this and I wonder what the need is. And I do know on KGB, I don't know if this is part of the factor, but this is the gravel pit map. I didn't bring copies, but this was a gravel pit map that the borough produced when we discussed gravel years ago. All that white on KGB is where there's not a lot of gravel. So I don't know if that's part of the picture. And I'll save my comments I just had questions, but I do have additional comments, but I just want to confirm this has been in place for 20 years and the numbers on approvals is correct.
Similar person, Sumner, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, or Ms. Nowers, I can actually provide some additional clarity to your question, because after your infographic you sent out to the rest of the Assembly, I had some questions about gravel pits in the Kinnick Fairview area, and more than just the past 5 or 6 years. I went all the way back to the beginning of the conditional use permit, and I had the planning department look up how many applications for gravel pits there have been. 184 applications for gravel pits. A lot of them were approved. I have lists of review expired, and a lot of them never made it to the planning commission to even get denied because they were requests for additional information, or they were applied and then just never followed through on. Now, out of those 184 applications for gravel pits, this also includes grandfather gravel pits, there are 6 in the Kinnick Fairview area, 6 permits. All of those are grandfathered. So in 21 years, in an area where there needs to be more gravel because there's poor soils, there has not been a single new pit opened in 21 years.
Okay.
Assembly Person Nowers, go ahead.
I think that would have been good information to have in front of us before this was brought up. I know one of the permits was for Sumner Company, so I do wonder, I know it's closed now, but I know that Sumner Company has had a gravel pit permit. I looked all the way after I did that info, because I'll just say I started with, okay, what's the problem? Are we having a problem? Because I want to say to Jade, you did an amazing.
Point of order. This is a period for questions, I believe, for staff report.
I mean, are we getting into discussion now? Are we done with questions? I thought nobody else was. Okay.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
So does this ordinance eliminate any of our community comprehensive plans?
Through the mayor.
Go ahead,
The
sir.
answer is no. This does not affect any comprehensive plans. It only takes away it as a borough standard for gravel. It takes away as a regulatory standard.
So all these emails and stuff that they're throwing out, the comprehensive plans, are wrong?
I'm not going to say that they're all wrong. What I'm saying is that the comprehensive plans are not being affected by this. It only applies, it changes how comprehensive plan relates to gravel pits. The comprehensive plan still, if there's a proposed gravel operation in an area with a community comprehensive plan, even if this gets adopted, it does not stop the planning commission or the planning department from reviewing the applicable comprehensive plan for consistency with the neighborhood values, essentially.
Thank you.
So again, we don't have a problem. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, let's go this side, please. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Very nice tap dancing tonight, Alex, by the way. So can you describe for me again, what did you say? I mean, is this non-conforming? Is the way the comp plans are written, are they non-conforming with some state statute because they become regulatory in nature? Is that correct?
So the state of Alaska requires that the Mat-Su Borough, one of the powers that we have is to implement land use regulations. And the land use regulation, it has to be based on a comprehensive plan. So any zoning ordinance that we adopt we have to take a moment of reflection and look at the applicable comprehensive plans. Generally, these are plans that describe a community. It lays out what their goals and objectives are, how they want to grow, how they want to develop, and it is up to the assembly to adopt regulations to implement those comprehensive plans. That is how it is intended that the comprehensive plans be used. What this does is essentially bootstrap it takes those comprehensive plans and makes them regulatory documents. So, for instance, the Meadow Lakes comprehensive plan says that gravel pits should have a bond requirement. It said they must have a bond requirement. So if you were to take it on face value that it has to be in accordance with the comprehensive plan, then when we do a gravel permit in the Meadow Lakes area, we should require a bond. It also says that strongly suggests that you should maintain the natural contours and keep as much vegetation on a property as possible. But it also says that they should allow smaller gravel pits and discourage larger gravel pits. So it's a little bit conflicting. It's these sort of goals and desired standards, but really the appropriate way to implement those standards is through zoning ordinances, such as the gravel code. So if you wanted to say this is the standards that apply in this area, it should be incorporated in the gravel code, not just adopting the comp plan wholesale as a regulatory document.
So instead of just removing this language completely out of the comp plan, is there no way that we can massage the language in there so that it is more conforming with what we're trying to do and not take away from what the community wants?
Through the mayor, I think absolutely. In fact, I was sitting here thinking, why didn't I just say, write it to where the planning commission has to consider the comprehensive plan? That could be language that you could propose, make an amendment, not necessarily say that it is the regulatory document.
Right, and I think that would be a lot more palatable. And I guess I have to ask the question, why did the planning department allow this language to be inserted in these comp plans if it was in violation of state statute?
So, through the mayor, I don't think it's a violation to prohibit gravel pits. You could say no more gravel pits in the borough. So I don't think there's any violation of state statute here. The Connect Fairview comp plan was written in 1993. So I don't know I don't have knowledge of what the planning department was thinking at the time that they wrote that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
then
So just, I don't have any skin in the game with gravel. I'm a healthcare admin guy, but I do have a question for the attorney, if you don't mind. The way I've read this, after reading the information memorandum, it seems like it's almost, I don't know if unlawful is the correct term, but referring to a guidance document as code or as law is unlawful. Am I incorrect in that?
I think that's kind of what Alex has been saying, is that you're taking this guidance document and you're just saying, well, kind of refer to it. And one of the problems with that is it has conflicting goals and standards, and there's not just one. It says applicable comprehensive plan. In any part of this borough, there are at least 5 to 10 applicable parts of the comprehensive plan. We have a healthcare plan. We have an economic development plan. I think we have an air quality plan. I don't know if we have an air quality plan. Then we have the overall borough comprehensive plan. Then we have the streets and highways map. Then we have the local community comprehensive plans. And when you have to go through all of them and figure out, okay, well, which standard are we not violating? And I guarantee you, you will be violating a aspirational standard of one of them, because that's what they are.
So it is correct then that this really is a cleanup effort in our code. This isn't an effort to increase gravel extraction in neighborhoods or any of those things. This is an effort by the planning department to clean up our code. And planning department needed a member of the assembly to put his name on it. And Assemblyman Sumner was the person to take the hits. That's what it seems like to me.
Assemblyperson Fanov?
I think both you touched on good questions. That a similar one I had. When I was listening a planning commission, there was a discussion between a few of the planning commissioners and an attorney, and they kind of summarized what Alex did. There was a few other things that I thought were brought up that were worth, if you do have a recollection, if you could summarize what was the discussion of, because it was they actually discussed this in detail, and I found that to be very interesting from the different attorneys' perspective, so not just Nick's, but and I don't mind Nick's answers, by the way.
Assemblyperson now, oh. Yeah.
Can he answer it, please?
Oh, okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So I did just today go back and listen to the March 16th Planning Commission meeting, and I paid particular attention to the attorney's comments, and I'm just going to sort of summarize what I think she was saying. And she said, I took some notes here, that comprehensive plans are not reliable standards for quasi-judicial matters. They often have conflicting goals. They're good from a policy perspective, but become problematic when applying a standard to individual permits, or applying it as a standard to individual permits. And then she referenced a conflict in our borough-wide comprehensive plan, which is adopted 21 years ago, where you have one standard that says our goal is to create an attractive environment for business investment, and there's another goal to protect and preserve natural resources. And two different reasonable minds could come to two different conclusions based on those conflicting provisions.
Okay, so did you earlier said that the Middle East Comprehensive Plan requires for there to be a bond for a gravel pit, which is a comp plan, but if that is yes, does the state, like state of Alaska, do they require a bond, or do we require a bond? Because I'm trying to see if that's the standard of comprehensive has a higher standard than a state or a local government.
The mayor. So I believe the state is still requiring a reclamation bond of like $750 per acre. This was years ago now, but I did talk to the person who administered the reclamation bond program that they have. They've never actually used it. And the way I think it often works is they'll do 1 acre at a time. So at any point they have $750 up, and it's not a very effective program. I think keeping bonds for compliance with permits is often pretty problematic, and that'd be a whole discussion for.
Do any of the comprehensive plan prohibit different kind of line of business, let's say a gas station or a marijuana shop or something similar, that besides gravel pit, the ones that you would say?
I'd I'd have to look at all the comp plans to really answer that thoroughly. There probably are some provisions that are expressly prohibited in comp plans, I imagine, perhaps adult entertainment. I'm not sure, but I'd have to go through the comp plans and really look at that.
But recently, like for the CPUs that you can't recall, like, were you denied or gave them a soft no based on like somebody coming for a CPU and you're saying, yeah, it's not in comp plan.
Yeah.
You're gonna have uphill climb.
Yeah, so this Connect Fairview comp plan, as it relates to gravel, is the most glaring example I have of a use that is prohibited. It's effectively, it doesn't outright prohibit it, but the way it's worded, it's essentially prohibited. But I haven't come across any other examples like that. There's a lot of conflicting language in comprehensive plans, and that's part of the problem.
Okay. Is just one more line of business, like a salvage yard, junkyard. Do a lot of them prohibit that, or that you can call, and how we denied an application for a qualified applicant because of that? Because I would say that, both are making noise and kind of not pretty at the time of operation.
So through the mayor, I would not be surprised if there are comprehensive plans that have very strict and prohibitive language for junkyards, but I can't answer you that 100% standing here right now. But I can say that 1760, which regulates junkyards and refuse areas, does not have a requirement that it be in line with the comprehensive plan.
So I guess that kind of, you help me understand. So junkyard does not require one of the 5 pillars, I guess, to comply with a comp plan, even if it was written, but junkyard would not require that to be cleared. But the gravel pit does, correct?
Correct. Our junkyard code does not have a provision that it has to be in accordance with the comprehensive plan. It's not to say if we're processing conditional use permit for a junkyard, we very well may look at the comprehensive plan because there's, it has to be in line with the character and integrity of the surrounding area. That is one of the pieces of information that we can draw in and use in our staff report to make findings of fact and conclusions of law. So it's not like the comp plan just does not make it so we don't have to use we don't just put on blinders, ignore the comprehensive plan. It can still be part of the calculus when make your recommendation to the planning commission.
Okay, but I believe even if this is repealed, the staff will still going to be looking in the comp plans and taking this into consideration. Am I understand this correctly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Person hours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You still have your
Yeah.
tap shoes on. I think there was a comment that you basically solicited this. But I saw you kind of shaking your head, like you didn't seek out an assembly member to change this specifically. Like it was, if you want to tap your way through that.
So through the mayor, I don't remember the specifics of how it went down. What I can say is that it was a result of a manager's report where myself and Emerson Kruger gave a staff report on gravel, borough-owned gravel pits, and then Assemblymember Sumner brought up this issue that we have of specifically lack of gravel within the Connect Fairview area, and so that's why I brought it to him. Yeah.
And then just with the stipulation that's in there now, I kind of feel like we can walk and chew gum at the same time. That these comprehensive plans kind of express, yes, somewhat conflicting, but it's community saying, yeah, I want safe neighborhoods and I want economic development. Like, that's what we want. We want to do it right and we want to balance it. I guess if you take that out of the considerations, I don't know how you bring that back in, because what we hear all the time is dismissal of the comprehensive plans, that they are not anything that you can take to the bank, and the assembly needs to enact code, and so you can't consider it. So I guess if you take it, I don't know how you on the one hand say we got to take it out because it's not a guiding document, and then say it'll still be a guiding document.
I don't know if there's a question there. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I will say our comprehensive plans are aging, and I did present to the assembly not very long ago, saying that they're old and they're getting older, and we have a couple of requests for updates to the comprehensive plans, and the decision was made to not fulfill those requests.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
So, Alex, I just want to be clear here. The comp plans do not prohibit gravel pits. Is that correct? They do guide in location, size, and things like that, but they don't prohibit
Through the
gravel
mayor,
pits.
so there is one comp plan that I know of that prohibits gravel pits because of this language that's in here. If you read their comprehensive plan, it says gravel pits are only allowed in industrial areas. And by the way, we have two tiny lots that are industrial area. Well, not tiny, but 2 lots that are industrial areas. And so there is a de facto prohibition because of the language that's in the comprehensive plan and the language that's in our gravel code right now that's up for discussion.
Okay, so once again, though, we can fix that by just modifying the language in the comp plans and not by totally removing it from the comp plan.
That is the other option, is to update the comprehensive plans. That's one of the other options. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee?
So to get a comprehensive plan amended, does that mean you call these folks? It's like amending the Constitution, I'm supposing. You get the original players back in there and they say, okay, we want to do this or this. Yeah, no? Who does that?
Through the mayor. So amending a comprehensive plan is done by the assembly. You could do it without even letting the community, well, you'd have to let them know by advertising the agenda, but it is strictly up to the assembly to modify comprehensive plans. Now, normally, it's a quite extensive process where a planner gets assigned, they go out to the community, they form a working group, they talk about their values and what they want to see, and it takes a year or two, honestly. It takes quite a bit of time and effort, usually, to develop or update a comprehensive plan, and it eventually goes through the community council to the planning commission and is ultimately adopted by the assembly.
And I'm not being facetious because that sounds like a good process. However, if having done all that, that's going to take a year and everything, and then it comes to the assembly and we say, we don't care. Or we don't hear you. The pen is mightier than the sword. And if you just changed it by saying that the comprehensive plan would be considered, and if you put that word in there, I don't know if the people would be happy with that, but if you put that word in there that says we're going to look at this, and then you put that with your record of you're like 11 for 12. Maybe that's an okay thing. So you're all you're doing is just doing what you're doing. If you put that kind of language as saying considered, that's really obviously what you're already doing. So what? Can you want me to ask him a question?
I believe we're still on the staff report. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking to staff. Sounds like staff report to me. So I guess I'm not up for reelection and I wouldn't care if I was. I just think that this is inflammatory on its face. And Alex, I love you, but I think if nobody had ever said anything and nothing would ever change, it's like, geez, Louise, that's poking the bear.
Assemblyperson Sumner.
I do have a question for Alex. So the comprehensive plan in question that makes a de facto ban on gravel pits, Connect Fairview. Do you know when that was drafted?
1993.
Do you know when the conditional use permit for gravel extraction was drafted?
2005.
So in your opinion, do you think the people that wrote the 1993 comprehensive plan knew that they were creating a de facto ban on all gravel pits in their area?
Likely not.
Deputy Mayor.
A couple things. One, I'm a concrete contractor. I buy my concrete from Valley Block. I do not make my own concrete. So gravel is a product, part of the recipe for concrete, but that's on Valley Block. The other thing is, are you sure we're not gutting the comprehensive plan by doing this? Because that is the main thing. I couldn't vote for this if we're gutting the comprehensive plan, but
Yes, I am sure.
thank you.
Assemblyperson Knowers, go ahead.
But we have permitted gravel pits in Kinnick Fairview.
So, yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually, so these numbers that we looked up that were 6 grandfather rights was done in a bit of a hurry. I can recall one gravel pit that was permitted in Kinnick Fairview. I think it was in Kinnick Fairview. It was definitely well down KGB Road that we went through an extensive permitting process with them and eventually got it approved. But I think that at the time we were not, I don't know if we didn't do as thorough a review of the comprehensive plan as we would nowadays. I'm not sure how it got approved, but it did. And perhaps it was deep enough down KGB Road that it was not in the Kinnick Fairview area. I'm not sure.
Because there looks like on the graphic that was provided 4 years ago from the borough that there's 2 pits by North Shore Drive, one on the water side of Kinnick Goose Bay Road and one basically across from it.
Yeah, I don't know if those are, does that map include grandfather pits?
I don't know. Are we done with questions? So are we past the staff report or? I have an amendment I'd like to make if there's no other
You
questions.
want to make your amendment now?
Yeah, thank you. I had a couple of amendments because since we're getting into the gravel code, there's a couple things that have come up, and I'd like to move to amend ordinance 26021 by adding language to subsection F of MSB 17.30.025 non-conforming uses as follows. Amendment of subsection MSB 17.30.025F is amended as follows. Non-conforming status shall expire if material extraction or earth material processing activity ceases for longer than 5 years. For the purposes of this subsection, ceases means the extraction or processing of less than 2,000 cubic yards of earth material during a calendar year. And I'll just speak briefly to this one. So the thing I hear most about is reclamation. This is a picture of the Palmer area. So these pits have been promised to be houses, trails, marinas, a high-end equestrian subdivision. And so far, we've been left with 100 acres that is undevelopable, that is worth $284,000 and is being used as a laydown yard. It was originally sold to a company that was going to put a construction debris and asbestos dump on it. And if you just view the visual image, you'll see it's just a moonscape. Some of these areas are done graveling, but they're not getting reclaimed. And what this does is just address what is a loophole right now that you can stop extracting gravel, but say that I'm taking a bucket out, I'm still doing it. So it just sets a floor to say, hey, cease activity means 2,000 cubic yards or less, not 1 bucket full of gravel every 2 years.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Ms. Nowers, I'm frankly shocked that someone that says that they are such an advocate for the public process and notification and comments from the public could make an amendment like this that has almost nothing to do with the original ordinance. I think you should pull this amendment and do the proper thing and create a new ordinance and refer to the Planning Commission to get their opinion, get public comments from the industry and the community at large. This is embarrassing in my mind.
Assemblyperson McKee?
I don't support the amendment because once you grandfather rights into somebody, there's some things you ought to be able to count on, and grandfather rights is one of them. And you shouldn't have to worry about, well, do I need it this year, 5 years from now? Do I need it today? Maybe I'll go out and take a couple thousand yards out of there because I got to preserve my grandfather rights. That's more uncertainty, and I can't support that. There's a reason for grandfather rights.
Deputy Mayor, did you have your light on earlier? No, you didn't. Okay. Assemblyperson Knowers.
Just to clarify, what this does is clarify when somebody's done with their pit. And so that it gets reclaimed, because otherwise you could just indefinitely keep the pit unreclaimed and say that you're still graveling when you're not doing very much. And I appreciate the comments from Assemblymember Sumner, and depending on what happens tonight and with this, I could certainly bring it back and put it out for additional comment. But I think this is a pretty simple measure, and it sets a pretty low bar for continued processing. So I'd still like to move forward with it.
Further discussion on the amendment, Assemblyperson Fauna.
So we kind of saying that, oh, grandfather, we're not bugging those previously, but now we're gonna take that away because somebody had maybe a not very productive year of less than 2,000 cubic yards. The reality is some of the pits they have a like a year that where there's a high demand of there's a road built by or something like that, and other years they're just there's no big customer, they might have sold, but to meet that threshold, I mean, you're almost forcing maybe those same growl pits to lie that they extracted 2,000 cubic yards just to stay that. So I think there's something honorable in grandfather rights, and I think when the new thing that was the growl ordinance came, I think there was assurance made to the existing growl pits that grandfather meant grandfather, whether it's setback, any other things. There is something I believe special about that, and there's no way I can go back and drag the rug underneath those people.
Assemblyperson Bowles. Did you have your?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say, I agree with Senator Sumner. This has nothing to do with comprehensive plans. And I think that this is probably better at a different assembly meeting as its own ordinance.
So I believe there's probably an objection. Assemblyperson Hours.
If I can just clarify briefly. So this is not just 1 year, this is 5 years. And as far as comprehensive plans, this is about gravel permitting. And so this is in how we permit gravel pits. So I think it's contained in what we're looking at.
I think there's objection to the amendment, Madam Clerk.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the amendment. Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Nowers in support.
Okay. So now we're back to the Assemblyperson Hours.
One more amendment I'd like to put forward.
Okay.
I move to amend Ordinance 26-021 by adding language to repeal subsections C and D of MSB 17.30.020. Sections C and D are hereby repealed in their entirety. And what this does is right now there's a exception for large gravel pits that are either being cleared because it's an accessory use, like somebody wants to put in a commercial development, or if they say that they're not selling the gravel. And there's some really large pits that have been done where people are clearing a lot of gravel. It's having the same impact on the neighborhoods in terms of noise and dust and traffic, but they're not having to go through any permitting process. So this just closes a loophole that treated large gravel pits differently, even though the impacts are the same for surrounding property owners.
Okay. Assemblyperson Sumner.
You can rinse and repeat my comments from the previous amendment because they are also, again, applicable. I'd like to also add that I think that this is a really insidious amendment that hasn't been well thought out, because there are a lot of instances where people move a lot of gravel because of a development, and they don't need to have the expense and the economic dampening effect of going through a very expensive permit process. We just heard of a $300,000 permit process. I've heard of minimum $50,000, $60,000 just to create a small development. I think what would happen, the unintended consequences if you were to pass this, is that a lot of people that probably should be getting the gravel permit per code would not be doing it. So you would have scofflaws, and you'd be rewarding scofflaws. And then some of the people that would try to obey the letter of the code would be saddled with egregious additional costs, and it would have a dampening effect on development in the Matsu Borough. So once again, it hasn't been properly noticed. It may be legal to make this amendment, but I do not think that this is in the interest of public input.
Assemblyperson Fano. Oh, you want to go this way? Okay. Deputy Mayor there.
I cannot vote for this at right this point, I encourage you to write an ordinance, send it to planning, and go through the steps. And I'm all for reclamation. Look at the ranch. We get thousands of dollars of tax from the ranch and all the properties, and the people have actually made their dream come true, new homes and stuff like that, and that's the way it should work. So, but I think you should take it through the steps.
Okay, did you still want to talk?
Yeah, I guess kind of echoed. I was gonna pretty much get a staff report opinion slash for this, but I think I also say not proper time. It doesn't address what we're on our main motion, so therefore I can't support it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, can you move to extend the meeting?
I move to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Is there objection from the Assembly? Okay, if not, okay. Assembly Person Hours?
Just to respond, I think I know which way this is going, but when it comes to people being scofflaws, one of the problems with this loophole right now is somebody can do a really big gravel pit and just say, I'm not selling it. I'm giving it away. And there's no way for the borough to basically know if they're not doing that unless they tried to sell it to the borough. So this kind of closes a loophole that people could exploit.
Deputy, yeah, Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, on what Dimitri said, I think maybe there's a room for that somewhere else, but I don't think that's the issue tonight. And so I wouldn't vote for that tonight, but I'd sure like to talk about it later. But what we got right now is almost urgent, given the number of people that showed up tonight. I think we should concentrate on that. We said a lot, but maybe there's more to say.
Okay, so I guess we have an objection, right? So
I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Bernier. Madam Mayor, it failed with Assembly Member Nowers in support.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion. Any further amendments? Assemblyperson McKee, you have your light on.
I do, and it's not. It's again, that's not a continuation of the other thing. So many times people say you are not listening. There's been some really eloquent testimony out there, and I can't see how we can bring forth something in good faith that nobody wants. I mean, there are certain things that you have to do for the common good. I'm not sure that meets that standard, that this thing meets that standard. So it just seems to me that if we say, elect us so that we can represent you, and then we say, no, I don't think so, we're not listening to the people. They're saying, no, hell no, we don't want it. So I don't know how we can say, yeah, but you're going to get it.
Assemblyperson Sumner.
Ms. McKee, we've listened to dozens of people and had dozens of letters written to us. We have not heard from 118,000 other residents.
We haven't heard from
We heard from one. He's right there.
Okay, good. You should have brought it up.
I would argue that most gravel pits, in their best interest, would, now that they have a gravel pit, would not want other gravel pits around because that would be competition.
Assemblyperson Bonoff.
I think, Ms. McKee, to answer that question, there was a lot of misinformation, and I think Mr. Bernier asked a lot of questions specifically. Nobody's taking away comprehensive plans. They're still in place. They're still going to be considered, and they will be, I know that. But I think once you clean up the language, it's just, it's something that we must do, whether we support it or not. So I think we heard from the legal department, from the planning department, a lot of good questions have been asked. I really think there's no more reason with all the other things we got going on tonight. So I'd call it a question for this one.
Madam Mayor, you called the question.
Okay. I hear moans down here, so I guess there is some objections. So if you'll please proceed to vote.
Yes, cuts off public input.
Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Fanoff and Bowles in support.
Alrighty, since Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So all I was going to say is I can't speak for anybody else but myself. I spent the last 2 weeks driving around and on quite a few of these ordinances, the various tax ordinances, this one. I've made phone calls. I've spoken with contractors. So there are people that want this. I know people showed up here tonight, and I understand the people that showed up tonight overwhelmingly are opposed to this, but there are people that want this. So to say that everybody here is against it, sure, the 40 or 50 people here might be against it. Actually, I think it was only about 20, but there are a lot of people in the borough that want this. And in my mind, what the borough attorney stated is more important, that we clean up and ensure that we have code that is lawful, because right now it's technically not lawful. And there's definitely language in our code that protects residents, protects property rights. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. The permitting process is still there. It still goes to the planning commission for approval. So all of that still exists. All this does is clean up this kind of odd backdoor zoning law that was created. So I'm absolutely in support of this. I'm not in support of every neighbor of mine having a gravel pit. That's not what I'm supporting. What I'm supporting is this cleanup effort to ensure that our code is lawful.
Okay, alrighty. Yeah, okay, and you, then back to you, and then back to you. Okay.
Ping pong, ping pong. Yeah, I mean, this odd backdoor thing has been there for 20 years and not caused a problem. When you're approving 90% plus of the permits, and just we have some great gravel pit owners in the valley. One of them is here. But gravel pits have impacts, and your fist stops at my nose. The people here, I think what they're saying is your home is your biggest investment, and you pay property taxes. And if somebody's going to come along and do something that has impacts on your use and value of your home, you want a seat at the table. And it seems like even giving you maybe more seat at the table than you should has worked out pretty well. So this is one of the cases where you're not totally wrong, but you're not right. Like, people want to be heard. And when you have, I guess when I looked at this and I said, okay, is there a problem permitting gravel? I would be jumping up and down if we had a problem permitting gravel pits. And if the problem's in the Kinnick Fairview area, let's get that solved, not touch the rest of the borough. I come back again to what people have been saying tonight and telling them that we are listening to keep saying, like, well, there's other people. They didn't show up, but there's other people. These people showed up and they emailed, and I don't know why we put so much focus. I can't support taking something out when why? What for? When we're approving 90% of our gravel pits. Like, let's fix the underlying problem and not erode public input even more. And it just comes as it's come after years of trying to erode that public seat. So it speaks more than just the details of this. It does send a message, I think, and it sends the wrong message to the public, and it doesn't solve a problem that there doesn't appear to be a problem. So I really can't support this. I really urge my fellow assembly members. I think this has stirred up more than you wanted to, and I really urge you to send a message to the public that we are listening and come back with something that solves the problem that you're talking about in Kinnick Fairview.
Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, and I mean, we could do a win-win here tonight. We could, modify the language in the comp plan so that it's not stricken from the comp plan. The community councils or the community in general, gets a say. It's still in there, and we can modify how it's applied so that it's not statute, that's not a law. regulation. I think we could do a win-win here for everybody. And I would like to say that I know this affects the entire borough, but it's targeted at my district. I really wish I would have been a little bit more involved in this ordinance. And if you drive down KGB, I mean, it is growing so fast right now to the south that any new gravel pits that you develop out there are going to be next to a neighborhood quickly. And then after that, you build the gravel pit, then the shaker plants come, and then the rock crushing plant comes, and then the asphalt plant comes, and you just have another eyesore and a loud nightmare out there. So I wish we could just modify the language in the comp plans so it fixes the problem for everybody instead of just taking the language out. And the other side effect that you get from this, when you slap people down enough, if they spend years and years working on these type of plans, and it goes for the boards and the community councils and all of them, then you get people that just throw up their hands and they don't even want to participate anymore. They don't want to be involved because, they spent years and hours and hours and hours doing this, and then, they get slapped down. So that's what I got to say on it.
Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, so when Alex was talking to us about amending the comprehensive plan, and he said it'd take like up to a year, that's kicking the can down the road as far as I'm concerned. How can we, why can't we just say will be considered? Wouldn't that, do you think, I don't know if that would, I can't talk to the audience, but if we just said that the comprehensive plan will be considered, it says, okay, we're taking a look at it and we're doing all this other stuff as well, that would, I think, mollify me. I'd still be watching you closely. But at least it would say, your work has not been in vain. Your voices have been heard. We're making a change. Because it's really, you know what, not going to affect it anyway, if we have that success rate of all but one. And I live on Fairview Loop. I don't hear from anybody out there. So I don't think anybody's upset about that, about that there aren't a lot of gravel pits out there. So it's just one word, considered. Maybe I'm making an amendment. Yeah, let's do that. Can we do that? Okay, so the amendment would read that I would like to amend this resolution ordinance, whatever the heck it is.
I understand your intent, and I can phrase it for you if you would like.
Maybe you can do that.
Assemblyperson Fano.
Okay, Ms. Mickey, I
was
think
getting ready to
He's gonna
phrase if she can take
I want
it.
to answer that, please, before. I do think, Ms. Mickey, Alex did answer the question. An example, kind of, as we had the discussion, we said junkyards, right? No, this was a good example. One of the requirements is not there, but the planning department still reviews comprehensive plans and consider. So I think by doing this, the comprehensive plans will be considered. And that was clearly an example. And there's all the other businesses that are, gravel pits are the only ones that are the requirement, where I think we're cleaning up the loophole so don't have state conflicting laws. So I think they're still going to be considered.
So you're for it or against it? Are you for it?
I think the way we'll repeal it, they will be considered based on how you said the junkyards or different kind of businesses. Even though it does not require it, they always review those comprehensive plans as is. So this is, but it will be considered in their decision making, even if we pass as is without any amendment.
Gotta have it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, or
I'm in favor of an amendment using Alex's language because he got us in this mess.
So what's your language, Alex?
I believe you need to ask the mayor.
yeah, we need some wording there, Alex.
Madam Mayor, may we have some staff come up to assist?
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, do I have your permission to ask him that question? That's
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Give us some words, please.
have. Yeah, I'm looking at here. I'm just trying to figure out, trying to wordsmith here on the floor here. So the leading up to this standard is in granting an administrative permit or a conditional use permit, the director or commission must make the following findings. And I think this language can be modified to say,
Mayor, maybe we can take a.
yeah, we might.
If I can jump in, maybe we can take a little 5-minute break. I can get with Alex. We can
Okay.
potentially work.
I would
something out.
recommend that, yeah.
Okay. Let's have a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, we're gonna be here till midnight anyway.
I know. If I can have the assembly come back to order, please.
And everybody ran to the restroom.
Yeah. Okay.
Where in the world? I thought we were walking down the hallway. Okay. Okay. Well,
Okay, all righty. Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I move to insert a new section 3 to read, Section 3, adoption of section. B, when making the determination under A2, the director or commission shall give due consideration to the applicable comprehensive plan.
Okay, and I understand we have an explainer.
Yeah, we could get
Yeah.
Alex back up to
would you
explain,
come, please? We are all ears. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You need to see the wording, or you got it in your head?
Sure. So the wording was just read out loud. What this does is I wish I had done this in the first place instead of just done an outright repeal of that section of code. It forces the Planning Commission to review the comprehensive plan, knowing that there's potentially conflicting provisions. Comp plans also get very old and stale. If you have a 30 or 40-year-old comprehensive plan, things have probably changed since it was written. So they at least need to consider it, but it doesn't make it a regulatory document that they have to comply with all the things in there. So I think it's a good compromise.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Is there a assembly person hours? And
Yeah, I'm just, I'm trying to think how this will work in practice, because, so now you say consider the comprehensive plan, okay, so, and then you have, the other thing they have to look at is the use will preserve the value, spirit, character, and integrity of the surrounding area. And, you know, some other stipulations. So how do you see that working at the Planning Commission level when you change this?
Yeah. So when the staff receives an application, the first thing they're doing is they're helping the applicant navigate a sea of regulations and asking for additional information, going back and forth and making sure that they have a complete package that they can submit to the Planning Commission. At that point, they sort of switch hats and they become a fact finder, and they will go to the area. They'll send out notification. They'll hear from people. They'll look at maps. They'll go on a fact finding quest. They'll look at the comprehensive plan, for instance. That'll be one of their stops along the way. In making the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report that they present to the Planning Commission with a recommendation, they will need to incorporate their findings that they have gathered from review of the comprehensive plan. And so it will be one fact, or maybe a couple facts based on the language in there, in a suite of facts that they use to come up with their conclusions of law.
So I want to get this right, because one thing is when we redid the rules for grandfathering pits, we allowed this situation to happen, which is a bunch of gravel pits in the water table and leaving land not reclaimed and basically valueless. And they're grandfathered, and we can't go back in time with those pits. So is there any language to require, like when you say it's going to be in the findings, like all I hear is that they have to consider, like right now they have to make a finding. Is it consistent? Is it inconsistent? And I think what they've done is said, hey, there's this part that says economic development needs to happen. It's consistent, or neighborhoods need to be good, so it's consistent. But when you say just they have to consider it, I don't hear that, is there a wording that could be added to consider and state how it aligns? Or, I don't know, I'm just like, consider just seems a little bit light to me and could be interpreted as like they never even reference the comprehensive plan when they make their findings. Like it doesn't seem to require it. Is there some wording that we could add to just make it clear we want them to consider it and state how it does or does not?
So I think in practice, if the planning commission were to adjudicate a conditional use permit for gravel, and this language is in there, and nowhere in the staff report or the resolution that they adopted is there mention of the comprehensive plan, that would actually be pretty good grounds for appeal. If there is no discussion and there is no findings, there is nothing like that within the body of evidence that they're evaluating, that very well could be subject for grounds of appeal and could be remanded or overturned.
We get the attorney to maybe weigh in.
Oh, sorry.
I think what you're asking is you're trying to make it a concrete standard. And the whole point of this discussion tonight is that it cannot be a concrete standard. So this is the best way to get the planning commission to consider it without mandating that it be a concrete standard.
I'm not asking to be a concrete standard. I'm asking that it's concrete, that they have to, in their findings, state something about the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, I mean, if Alex says they're going to prepare all the staff reports and the draft findings and conclusions to include it, then they will. Because if it's in the staff report, that's part of the record and it's going to be presented before them and they will be considering it.
Yeah, and if I may, so when our planners write up their staff report, it's this big, long document that's kind of hard to read because it's sometimes repetitive, but we make findings and conclusions for every standard in Borough Code. So we will go through every single standard and we will make findings and conclusions based on that. Since this is written into code, we will be compelled to address it. And it will go in the staff report and in the draft resolution we present to the planning commission.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think I'm still going to have trouble supporting this because I feel like the only problem is Kinnick Fairview and there's no other problem. So let's solve the Kinnick Fairview one. But I think we were getting closer, but I just cannot support this.
Assemblyperson Sumner?
Oh, I was just going to comment that it may have been unintentional that you didn't draft it this way, but you did get the assembly thinking about updating the comprehensive plans. So kudos to you on that one.
Assemblyperson Ampano?
When I was, Ms. Nowers was walking by, I said, let's vote together one time. And I think we'd vote for different reasons, but I'll support you in this. I'll vote against it because I think it doesn't change our outcome of how we're going to vote on the other things. But for this time, I'll support you. I'll vote against this.
Deputy Mayor?
I was going to support this just because it doesn't gut the comprehensive plan. And I'm just very blessed that Alex didn't ask me to sponsor this. Thank you.
Okay, so is there anybody, Assemblyperson Bowles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to ask the sponsor what his opinion of this amendment is, if you're okay with that.
Go ahead, sir.
I think it achieves my outcomes and it still respects the efforts put in by the community councils for the comprehensive plans, which I think are very valuable documents. I just think that, it's problematic taking a policy document that has conflicting things and kind of nebulous goals and saying that this is a regulatory document. And, when I first had the conversation with, the timeline of this is when Alex and I first had a conversation about this, we didn't move it right away, and I had to think about it a lot longer. And I was like, yeah, that is problematic. Like that is kind of a big issue to take something that is really unclear, when you apply for a permit, you need definitive standards and referencing a document that is not definitive in any way is kind of problematic. So I think this is a good outcome and maybe hopefully everyone won't be mad at us.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble?
Yeah, just real quick, and I think, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you go back to modify the comp plans, you don't have to do the whole thing. You can just do it section. If there's a problem section in a comp plan, you can go to that community and say, hey, we need to clean up this language. It's conflicting or whatever, and just deal with that section, and then bring it back to the assembly, and we wouldn't be going through what we're going through here tonight.
Okay, is there objection to the amendment? Oh, you have objection? Okay.
If I can get the members in the room to vote for the amendment. Assemblymember McKee? Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Fonoff and Nowers opposed.
Please don't delete that.
Madam Clerk, can you put the results back on the screen?
No.
Oh.
Sorry. You said it already.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers.
I just want to say something about comprehensive plans because I hear nebulous and conflicting. I don't think they actually are. They are the vision the community has for their area. And it's like, we want good life. It's like we want to be the best place to live, work, and play. And it's kind of like a contractor, like, I want the lowest price, but the highest quality. It's not conflicting. It's like, you have to try to find the balance to get there. And I think with gravel pits, we're trying to find, we don't have zoning. So this CUP process is a way to find a balance between the property rights of the gravel pit owner and the surrounding homes who are affected by it. And this is our only way for those people to come together and, you know, we don't stop the pits. We put a berm in. We water down the road so it's not dusty. So, you know, this is I just want to be on record that I think these comprehensive plans, it's unfair to say that they are not a document that you can look at for the community's vision. So, but I think we're ready to vote, so I know I am.
Okay. Anybody have objection to passing OR 26-021 as amended? Okay, we do have an objection.
Can I get the members to vote, please? Assemblymember Bernier. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed.
Okay. All righty. Oh, the
We've got
legislation
ordinance
passes.
260, I'm sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
Ordinance 26054, an ordinance extending the completion date for the steam thaw truck project funding to June 30th, 2028, with accompanying resolution 2644, a resolution amending the budget for the thaw truck, cold planer pickup truck purchase, and approving the scope of work and budget for the road and pathway sustainment project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 26-054 and resolution 26-044. We don't have a sign-up sheet. Anyone would like to testify on this ordinance or resolution? We have nobody online, okay. I will close the public hearing and Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-054 and the resolution RS 26-044.
Okay. Discussion, anybody? Any objection? Seeing no objection, the legislation passes.
Ordinance 26055, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $37,700 received from surplus sale of road service area equipment for the road and pathway sustainment project, with accompanying resolution 26045, a resolution amending the budget for the road and pathway sustainment project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anyone would like to testify on this ordinance 26-55 or resolution 26-045? Seeing and hearing no one, nobody online. I'm going to close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-055 and resolution 26-045.
Discussion by the Assembly. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing no objection, the legislation passes.
Ordinance 26057, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $75,000 from the Alaska State Department of Transportation and Public Facilities for West Susitna Parkway improvements, with accompanying resolution 26046, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for West Susitna Parkway improvements. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 26-057 and resolution 26-046. Anyone on the line? Okay. Close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-057 and resolution 26-046.
Okay, discussion by the Assembly. The Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Yeah, this is in my district, by the way. It's just the end of West-Susitna Parkway that is going to end at the railroad bed, where the West-Susitna access that the state plans on building is going to join there. It's my understanding that the work has already been done, and this is just the state reimbursing the RSA for the money that's already been expended, and that everybody is really happy, according to the RSA board member, with the work that's been done out there already. Thank you.
Okay. Any objection to the adoption? Seeing and hearing no one. Do we have anybody online? No? Okay. So ordinance 26-057 and resolution 26-046 does not have any objection, so it will become passed legislation.
Ordinance 2660, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $523.73 from the United States Fish and Wildlife Service and $583.74 from the Alaska State Department of Fish and Game passed through the Palmer Soil and Water Conservation District for a total of $1,107.47, with accompanying resolution 2647, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget and authorizing the manager to enter an agreement for the Caswell Creek, Caswell Lake Stream Bank Rehabilitation Project.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anybody that would like to address the assembly on ordinance 26-060 and resolution 26-047? Say no one. We do not have anybody online. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-060 and resolution 26-047.
Discussion by the Assembly. Any objection by the Assembly? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, then the ordinance and the resolution pass. Okay.
Ordinance 26061, an ordinance increasing the marijuana sales tax levy from 5% to 10% and submit the question to the qualified area-wide voters at the November 3rd, 2026 regular borough election. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I will open the public hearing, and we do have a sign-up sheet. Bailey Stewart? Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. For the record, my name is Bailey Stewart. To give you an idea of my qualifications to speak to the effects of this ordinance, I am the chairman of the state's Marijuana Control Board. I am an owner and operator of the borough's first recreational license, and I've been operating that since 2017. And I am an executive board member of the Alaska Marijuana Industry Association. But today I speak to you as your constituent. I represent myself, a small business owner in this great valley, and as a person who collects these taxes from local consumers every single day. I am here to oppose ordinance 26-061. This industry is unique in one critical way. We are the only business this assembly is targeting that competes directly against a thriving black and gray market. When Alaskans voted for legalization, they did not intend for a legal market to become untouchable, let alone thrive. Yet that is exactly what has happened today. We operate under strict regulations to protect public health and safety and keep cannabis out of the hands of minors. However, raising taxes on compliant businesses makes it harder for us to compete with unlicensed sellers who pay nothing, no taxes, no testing, no regulatory cost. Every time we increase the tax burden, we push more consumers toward the unregulated market. When the borough receives zero revenue and public safety suffers, this not only harms licensed businesses, but undermines the very tax base policymakers are attempting to strengthen. Last year, the State Drug Task Force seized 319 pounds of marijuana, more than triple the 95 pounds in 2015. during Prohibition. The difference? In 2015, law enforcement was actively pursuing marijuana-related crimes. Last year, these seizures, they happened incidentally while investigating other crimes, and not one was prosecuted by a DA. Just ask any task force officer or a USPS postal inspector. They will tell you today that they are seeing hundreds of pounds come into the state of Alaska, but there is no DA that will prosecute those crimes. This is the wall we're up against. We are already one of the highest taxed cannabis industries in the nation. Further increasing the tax rate from 5% to 10% will not generate the revenue you hope for. Instead, it will accelerate the shift to the black market and hurt the very businesses trying to support their local communities. I respectfully ask that you oppose this ordinance. Please do not place an additional tax burden on the backs of those responsible local businesses and working Alaskans who are already struggling in this economy, and ultimately reducing the long-term stability of the tax base. Thank you for your time and consideration. I ask that you vote this ordinance down, and I want to echo the comments made by my fellow industry members. Thank you.
Randy Wells?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Assembly members, and administration. My name is Randy Wells, and I made the long trek up today as a two-term former Seward City Council member. I felt it very important to drive up here today and speak against this proposed tax increase on the legal cannabis market. Everything that the speaker before me stated, there's no reason for me to drive that into the ground. The fact is that if you increase taxes on this particular commodity, all you're going to do is push people back to the unregulated market, because that's where they will be able to afford to purchase the product. By implementing a sin tax, you're not doing away with the sin. You're just going to stop generating any tax-based revenue from it, because people are going to go back to the unregulated market. And I don't believe that in 2020, when your assembly voted the will of the people to implement a legal, regulated, safe cannabis market, that their goal was for you to tax that market out of existence. So I respectfully ask that you vote down this proposed tax ordinance. Thank you.
Sarah Homer?
Thank you for letting me speak again. You're probably sick of me by now, but I just want to give a little breakdown. I kind of spoke earlier on public comment, but I just want to give a little breakdown of what it looked like back in 2020 when we opened. In 2020, a pound of cannabis wholesale was approximately $4,000. That's what it costs for us to buy it. It's taxed at $800 a pound. So then that goes to the state of Alaska. Current market, a really, really good pound is about $2,800, and it's still taxed at $800 a pound. We're currently contending with that with the state of Alaska, and our tax rate is one of the highest in the nation. So just with that calculation, that's a 28% tax that we're already paying, and that doesn't include the 5% we're paying to the borough right now. And I get the tax reports and I see what we pay you, and I know our store pays top one or two out of these shops. We know what we write the check for every quarter, so we're paying you guys a lot of money as it is, and battling with that straight pound tax that we're battling with the state. It's just going to push people back to the black market. You increase our tax, it's going to put people to the black market, or it's going to send them to Anchorage. It's going to send them to other communities to purchase their cannabis. I want to continue to write you guys that check. We both make money. But if you guys increase this tax, we're gonna suffer. So thanks for listening.
Okay. Darcy Morgan.
Hello again. My name is Darcy Morgan, and I'm speaking to oppose the cannabis tax. Work closely with small businesses and the cannabis industry in my professional life. And while increasing cannabis taxes may appear to be an easy way to raise revenue, the reality is the excessive taxation often has the opposite effect. When legal marijuana becomes too expensive, consumers don't simply stop purchasing it, they look for lower cost alternatives. Unfortunately, those lower alternatives are frequently found in the illegal market, as previously spoken about. Illegal marijuana products are not subject to the rigorous testing and quality control standards required of licensed businesses. Consumers who purchase from illicit sources have no assurance that products are free from pesticides, mold, heavy metals, and other contaminants. They cannot be confident that potency is accurately labeled or that products have been manufactured and handled safely. By increasing taxes and making legal products less affordable, we risk steering people away from regulated market and towards products that are less safe and less accountable. This also has a direct impact on small local cannabis businesses that are trying to operate legally. Many of these are independent operators, not large corporations, working within tight margins while complying with excessive regulations, licensing fees, and compliance costs. When taxes increase, these small businesses are hit first and hardest. They don't have the same financial cushion or pricing flexibility as larger operators. They are far less able to absorb additional costs without raising prices or cutting staffing. We also have to recognize our economic reality facing consumers. In our community, many people can easily choose to purchase cannabis outside of the city, in Anchorage, or through unlicensed channels if prices are too high. Every customer pushed away from legal businesses represents lost tax revenue, lost support for compliant local operators, and increased activity in an unregulated market. The legal cannabis industry was created to replace the illegal market with a safer, regulated alternative while supporting legitimate small businesses and local jobs. Raising taxes to the point that legal operators can't compete undermines both of those goals. If we care about public safety, consumer protection, and sustaining small business growth in our community, we should keep legal cannabis accessible and competitive, not make the illegal market more attractive. Thank you.
Talia Checkerberger? Is that
Eichelberger.
Eichelberger? I don't know. Does anybody know? No? Okay. And then is it Noel or Neil Lowe? Yeah.
As I stated before, I've lived in the borough my whole life, and I run a number of businesses in the Matsu Borough, and I want to thank the Matsu Borough for taking a pro-business stance in the last few years, and it's been felt around the borough, and I think that a lot of the business owners appreciate you guys' stance and some of the things that you guys are doing to support small business. We want small businesses to thrive in the Matsu Borough. We want them to hire employees. We want them to provide incomes for families. And I want to thank our AMCO board president for talking about how our industry is overtaxed already, but she didn't mention that we're the highest taxed cannabis industry, or second highest taxed cannabis industry in the entire United States. And that's not anything that we're proud of. It definitely places a burden on small business operators. And while in the alcohol and tobacco space, there isn't a black market. You know, you can't buy black market Michelob. There's not somebody on every street corner with a still pumping out wine and homebrew. And, you know, it's just not a problem in the alcohol and tobacco space. But we had a thriving black market cannabis industry prior to legalization. And the goal of legalization was to move cannabis from that black market, unregulated, unsafe industry, and bring it into the light and provide a highly regulated, safe product for consumers to enjoy responsibly. Every one of these businesses has an age gate. They check IDs. They make sure that only responsible adults are consuming from their stores. And we really are going to see, we're already seeing a lot of them going out of business. It happens, it's a conversation at every one of our AMCO board meetings where small operators are going out of business due to the taxation. And it has a lot to do with the fact, like Bailey said, that the price of cannabis, or the tax on cannabis, is not a percentage of the sale price. It was fixed at $800 when cannabis was $4,000. There are many instances where you can buy a pound of cannabis now for under $2,000, but the tax is still $800 on that pound of cannabis. So it's approaching 50% of the retail value or the wholesale value of the product. So
I know that 5% increase doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're taxing an industry that's already taxed at such a high level, you're going to put the smaller operators in jeopardy of having to give up their license. And many growers have already started doing that. There's been a number of them that have just been handing their licenses back in because they can't afford to continue to operate with that tax structure. And the AMCO board is working with the state legislature to try and change it to be a percentage of the value of the product instead of a flat fee. And that will go a long ways towards making sure that our legal cannabis industry survives. Because it's not a sure thing today that it's going to survive. I mean, it's talked about a lot at the AMCO board meeting, but it may not. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else that didn't sign up that would like to testify? Okay, do we have anybody online? We do not have anybody online. Okay, so I'll go ahead and close public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-061, and I'd like to speak to it.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So I had 2 schools in my district close because of one we could have supposedly saved for $2.5 million, $3 million, supposedly, if they had the appetite for it, I guess. But I had a lot of parents saying, hey, you know, how can we raise money to save these schools? And then I had a lot of them saying, well, didn't they legalize marijuana? It was supposed to, you know, save the education industry and all this. And so I brought this forward. And I don't like taxes. We pay way too much in property tax. Even with a conservative assembly, we're trying. And I'd like to just vote this down. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Assemblyperson Fauna.
Mr. Bernier, you usually don't ask for a lot, and I was gonna support the sponsor in this case because I think you always have good intentions, even though maybe sometimes people disagree with us. But people that spoke today, I would say every time we've had this in 3 years I've been here, they've been always respectful. And they come and they argue point like, hey, we're trying to do this the right way. And there's people that are competing with us. And I think Bailey, one of them, my first actually tours, took me on the just to see this because I don't have any connection to the industry, whether consuming or growing it. But I found that there's a lot of hardworking people that maybe wouldn't be working, some of them, if they didn't have that kind of job. It's like I said, it's not something I consume, and I would not. I didn't vote to make it legal. I'll say that, okay. But in this case, seeing how they operate and the taxation that they're currently being taxed at state, which is not very fair system, you know, because I think I don't know if there's anything else that's being taxed based on a flat fee, you know. So could a market drop it so low that it's taxed more than what it actually costs? I mean, theoretically, it could, right? If there's a lot of illegal operations. So I don't know if there's any statistics, how many people, because of this, kind of, they went excited in it, but then because the, I guess, doing it the old school way was more profitable, went back to that, and it kind of took away the whole idea of those people who wanted to do it the right way, you know? So I'll respectfully support you in this decision, but I did want to say thank you for you guys speaking up. You guys been always respectful when you speak in your emails and everything, because I think you guys trying to earn the money, not, like I said, not because I support it, but because you guys are doing it the right way. So thank you for you guys too. You know, and I not wishing you well or success or anything like that. I'm just saying you guys are doing it the right way, the way the laws were made. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay.
I'd like to extend the meeting till 11:59.
Is there objection to extending the meeting to 11:59? You objected.
I would.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
I appreciate that you are small businesses. I have had a business of my own. But that doesn't touch my heart, but I'll tell you what does touch my heart. And you're absolutely right. And I'm going to be as brief as I can possibly be. One of the most terrifying experiences of my life was when I used to smoke weed. I haven't since this incident. Somebody laced it with PCP. I cannot tell you how terrifying it is to lose your mind. And I would come back in and then I would tell my husband, hold on to me because I don't even know where I'm going. It was the awfulest thing that I ever underwent. And if we allow people who are not regulated, I mean, fentanyl, all the stuff that they put in weed, it's so deadly and it's so dangerous. I haven't touched it since. It made a believer out of me. I just think if for nothing else, if you really care about your kids getting, these guys aren't going to let kids, and my granddaughter tried to come in the store with me, they just wouldn't let her in there. So people will think this is kind of funny because I'm not necessarily often a very liberal person, and this is not about being liberal. This is about being health and safety. You guys are the firewall between a lot of awful experiences. So I urge you, very unlike me in this situation, but if they're going to do it, make sure it's okay.
Assemblyperson Summer, did you have your hand up? Yeah.
Remember Bowles is there.
Oh, Assembly member. Well, I looked down there. Assemblyman Bowles, even if your initials are here, would you put your hand up or something? Because I looked down and I don't see nothing. So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I heard the sponsors ask us to vote it down, and I appreciate him bringing this forward and putting the work into this. I did want to say, I did spend the last 2 weeks going through District 1 to speak with people in the industry. And a lot of what we heard here is what I heard. I didn't speak with Bailey, but I did speak with owners. I spoke with people that I know that are consumers. And the thing that I heard the most is that the taxes are pushing people to the black market. And that's concerning for me because of what Assemblywoman McKee stated. So other concerns are agree or disagree with this. Our aging population is utilizing marijuana when they can't get pain medication. And so one shop owner in particular said 80% of her clients are elderly. And they go there to get pain medication because they're for whatever reason they can't get pain medication to assist them. Agree or disagree with that? This is an industry that is legal in our state, and so I would actually. So if the sponsor said vote it down, I'd actually like to maybe run an amendment if there's appetite, rather than vote it down. Maybe amend the percentage down to 3%. So that we can get some of this off the black market and we can support the industry and keep some of that industry in the borough versus pushing it to Anchorage. So I would move to amend 5 to 3%, if possible.
Okay. So there's amendment on the,
Madam Mayor, can we ask the attorney for some input on this?
yeah.
That's a pretty long and involved amendment. It's going to be way easier to run a standalone ordinance dropping it to 3%. I can write that up very quickly and get that for you. To amend this on the floor, because raising it, you need voter approval. Reducing it, you do not. And so, because if you wanted to make that amendment, we have to amend more than just that, because you have to take off the ballot question. You have to remove a couple sections of the ordinance. You have to remove the contingency on the effective date. So that's a much bigger amendment than simply changing the number to 3.
So is there appetite? No. Okay, then I pull my amendment.
Okay. Okay. Assemblyperson Sumner.
Read my lips, no new taxes.
So,
I'm talking about you pulled your amendment, so I'm talking about the original motion. But I did come in here, but most people are not opposed to sin taxes, and they are opposed to property taxes. I entered this meeting tonight ready to support this, put it on the ballot, but I found you guys' testimony professional, succinct, compelling. There were some strong arguments that I had not considered for why this particular sin tax should not increase. So thank you for coming out. And the assembly does listen to people when they speak. contrary to some people's opinion.
Assemblyperson McKee, you have
Just
your
wanna-
light on?
Yeah,
No?
just a footnote. I'm
Mhm.
assuming that right now the tax is 5%, is that correct? And nobody's screaming about that. So given if you care about your babies, and I taught middle school for 26 years, it's out there in the 6th grade. And if you don't know what they're getting, oh dear God, you can't do that. You got to get it from somebody where somebody's looking at the product. And I'm with you, Ron. I just think, syntax is a real easy way to make money, and I wish we could do this. But I don't think in the interest of our kids and just anybody else who's consuming, that's their choice and it's legal. But don't kill them for doing it. Because if it's not regulated, you don't know what you're getting.
Okay, Assemblyperson Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, a couple of years ago, I read an article about Oregon, and Oregon was one of the early adopters of legalized marijuana. And within, I can't remember, it was like 8 to 10 years, over 50% of the legalized marijuana businesses went out of business because Oregon didn't see a tax that they didn't want to increase. And so they basically ran over half of the businesses out, which goes to what Assemblymember Fauna was talking about, creating jobs. People, can find employment in these businesses. And I think that we need to support them. And I may have an appetite to do what you want in the future. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Can I-
Okay, yes, Assemblyperson Fauna.
During an emotional time, it's easy to say like, hey, let's do this, and let's. But even looking at the industry, I guess leaders over there, they're like no bueno when it comes to lowering. I think the percentage there is set correctly. I wish less illegal market takes place, and so that you guys have more sales in a way so that we get more revenue. But I think that state has to do their job to make those adjustments. So no, I think that's good as it is. Like I said, I thought regardless this was going to go in front of the ballot. We were not going to be able to change that, and I would have supported sponsor either way. But this way, that's all I have to say.
Further discussion? Okay, we do have objection, okay.
And get the members in the room to vote. Failed unanimously, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 26022. Ordinance 26062, an ordinance levying a tax up to 10% on the sale of alcohol beverages, and to submit the question to the qualified area-wide voters at the November 3rd, 2026 regular borough election. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'm going to open up the public hearing on ordinance 26-062. I do have a sign-up sheet here. First person is Frank Bell.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly. My name is Frank Bell. I am the owner of Palmer Brewing Company. Palmer Brewing is a small family-run brewery, and like many small breweries in Alaska, we operate under what the state calls a brewery retail license. As a result, unlike a bar or restaurant, we are required to adhere to a significant amount of state restrictions specifically designed to, and I quote the state, limit the competitiveness of brewery retail spaces. Some examples include 36-ounce pour limits, restrictions on live music, televisions, pool, darts, karaoke, trivia, or organized games of any kind. Even board games are technically illegal in our establishment. We are also restricted from offering specials, discounts, happy hours, or even having seats at the bar. We're also required to close our doors by 9 p.m. Outside of small craft producers of beer, wine, and spirits that operate under a retail license, no other type of business that sells alcoholic beverages in Alaska is required to abide by these restrictions. The restrictions placed on small breweries in Alaska are very unpopular with Alaska citizens and are by far the most extreme out of any state in the nation. Unfortunately, on top of state restrictions that significantly hinder our ability to sell our products, we're also hampered by extremely high costs. Tariffs on aluminum, Canadian grain, and more have raised costs dramatically. Freight forwarding from the lower 48 has nearly doubled in just a few years, and current fuel surcharges for said freight are up by over 50% in the last 3 months. We also already pay federal excise tax, state excise tax, and are subject to the City of Palmer's 4% sales tax. What all of this results in is small craft breweries being forced to charge a premium for our products. I remind you in this instance that we are not only competing with the above-mentioned Alaska businesses in the industry that are not saddled with similar restrictions, but we also compete with global multi-billion-dollar organizations that can package and market their products at a significantly lower cost at retail stores. As a result, many would-be consumers are already priced out of selecting high-quality, locally made craft beer. 5 breweries closed last year alone in the state of Alaska. If the proposed area-wide sales tax, as well as this alcohol excise tax, is implemented, it will raise the sales tax charges for our customers from 4% to over 20%. I'll repeat that, 4% to over 20% if both of those pass. With the assortment of headwinds we are already facing, this is the last thing we need. If you must move forward with an alcohol sales tax, which I hope you do not, I would respectfully urge you to add an exemption, whether that's an amendment or a different way, to this tax for breweries, wineries, and distilleries that operate under a retail license. We make up a very small portion of the would-be tax base for this ordinance, as there are only a handful of us in the Mat-Su Borough, and the playing field is already tilted wildly against us. Please don't tilt it even more by increasing the cost to our customers by 16% or more in one fell swoop. And do I have time left to say it? I do. I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, West Arts.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wes Arts, owner of the Palmer Bar. Just to let you know, small businesses right now, especially bars and restaurants, most of us are operating a very, very low profit margin, 5 to 15% on average. We've been hit with inflation, cost of goods, everything. I try to carry Frank's beer on tap to support them. I try to carry Bleeding Hearts products to support them. But we're struggling too. There's been a lot of restaurants and bars that have had to close down in the last couple of years. 10% is a business killer. Okay. We've had to deal with our insurance going up over 300% in the state in the last couple of years, the last 4 years. So this is all, the Palmer Bar used to be the bar that was open until 5 o'clock in the morning. The younger people don't drink. We don't see the numbers that they used to see. We're struggling to survive. We now close the doors 12 o'clock during the weekdays and 2 o'clock on the weekends. The younger people are not drinking. Food drives alcohol sales. Okay. I do not make any money off of food. Okay. I make very little. Half my staff makes more money than I do. This 10% would be a restaurant, it'd be a bar killer. It's going to kill a lot of small businesses. If you guys pay attention, a lot of bars and restaurants have gone out of business in the last 2 years. You're going to kill the economy by doing it. We're going to have economic leakage of people going to Anchorage to drink where they don't have to pay the tax. And then looking at the stuff talking about registration, that's what liquor licenses are for in the bill. Yeah, this is not good. It's just like, yeah, it's going to go to the vote. Hopefully the population votes it down. But this is a small business killer. There's going to be a lot of places that are put out of business by this, a lot of bars. And yeah, I've gone from where my sales have gone from 80% of alcohol sales to right now I'm running it at about 53% alcohol sales because I have to have food to survive. Please pay attention. And this is, to even think this is okay, it's not. Look at what taxes everyone, not just targeting a few in the community, please. Yeah, this tax would probably drive me out of business, if not the other bars in the community. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, do we have anybody online? No, nobody online. So I'll close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-062.
Okay, if you want to speak to it.
Again, the reason why I brought this up was our school's closing and trying to come up with some money and alleviate property owners from all the property tax.
It's okay, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
So I want to ask the attorney a question. I think with the previous failure, Nick, is it correct that this limits this to 5%? Like it does, like it would not be able to be past that 10%?
Yeah, if I may, Madam Mayor. So
Mm-hmm.
the state laws regarding alcohol taxation say that if you're going to levy a sales tax on alcohol, it cannot exceed one, you have to have a sales tax on something else in the municipality, which we do. We already levy a sales tax on marijuana at 5% and a bed tax at 5%. There's a specific provision of Title IV which governs alcohol, which says your taxation rate on alcohol cannot exceed that of other products. So this was written, if you read it very closely, it says up to 10% because it came in conjunction with the proposed marijuana to go to 10%. If marijuana would have gone to 10%, then alcohol at 10 would be legal. If you're going to pass this, you should probably amend it to read, instead of up to 10%, it should just say of 5%, to avoid any confusion.
I move this ordinance, to amend this ordinance 26-062 to read 5%.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment? Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
I support the amendment, and I do support the legislation.
Okay. Is there any objection to the amendment? Okay, then the amendment passes. So before you, you have ordinance 26-062, but it's up to 5%. Discussion? Let's see, is that Nick's slide? Okay. Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Just really briefly, I do believe in, I mean, we talked about the fuel tax. People said we don't want that, but you got to find a better way to make money. And so this is a way. People don't need booze. They really don't. And so 5% tax on something wouldn't deter me from having a beer or a glass of wine or whatever. I don't think that's onerous. I'm hoping that the gentleman that just testified would appreciate that, because I don't think it's at all unreasonable. So I would support the legislation with the amendment.
Okay. Discussion? Further discussion? Yes. Assemblyperson Bowles?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to, a couple things. So Frank mentioned that this would, if it passes now, 5% would be on top of the 6.5. I want to clarify that if that ordinance moves at 6, to remove and repeal area-wide property tax and introduce a sales tax at 6.5%, this would then shift to 6.5%, as would all sales tax, bed tax, and everything. It wouldn't be on top of.
That is correct. It would all be subsumed into the 6.5.
It would all be 6.5. Okay. So with that as well, again, when I was traveling through District 1, I stopped off at package stores or beer stores, whatever you want to call them, and there was some concern. One in particular, spoke to him for a good 30 minutes. He had a customer walk in and saw the price of a 6-pack was 50 cents more than the store down the street, and walked right out and went down to that store. So will a tax increase change that 50 cent? I don't know, but that's where people are. And the owner, I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry, the owner of Palmer Bar, he's absolutely correct. The younger generation isn't drinking. And so this, I think everybody knows I'm a low tax, no tax guy. I'm trying to find ways to lower taxes in the borough. And I don't see this as, my concern with this is that if we are to move this, it brings in a new 5% tax on something. And I understand the intent is to lower the area-wide property tax, but a future assembly in 3 years can come in and just raise the mill rate. And so it's, now we have a new tax on top of the taxes that already exist. And so that's my concern there. And I have listened to the small business owners in District 1, and they have concerns with new taxes. So that's where I'm at on this.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers?
So maybe a question to the attorney. So if this was passed by voters in the city of Palmer, would it be stacked on top of their 4%? So you'd be paying 9%? Yeah, that's a hard number. That's a hard number to support. I just think at a certain point, you get high enough, you really do drive people away. And especially if it's a big jump, they're gonna change their habits. They're gonna be like, I'm gonna go to Costco in Anchorage and buy 5 6-packs, whatever. And yeah, it does stack.
Further discussion? Assemblyperson Fama?
I don't think Costco sells 6-packs because they sell in a lot bigger cases, and I think they're. And tax in Anchorage, I think already has 10%, so there still be. Say, I mean, I do think that 5% is reasonable, considering the fellow industry is being taxed at 5%. I know it's, but ultimately the people will get to decide. That's what I like about this process the most. And the question to attorney, this does apply any alcohol sales, whether it's at the store or drinks at the bar. Is that correct? We're not just targeting one over the other?
That's all alcohol sales.
Okay. Yeah, I think that number is very reasonable, and I do think voters will get to decide on that, not we. So I want to give the people the vote to voice their opinion. I think that will go. That's ultimate people who should decide it.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So that actually sparks a question. Is there a way to, I mean, is there a legal way to add an amendment that targets not bulk sales? So local breweries, they sell their kegs to a bar, then that bar sells a beer. Maybe that beer is 5%, but not the sale of that keg to the bar.
This ordinance is drafted so that it's a retail sales tax. And so that everybody knows, I don't know if it's in the IM or not. It's been a while since I drafted it for Assemblymember Bernier. This is modeled off of Anchorage's alcohol tax. Anchorage has a 5% alcohol tax, and this is largely modeled off of their tax. And it is a retail tax. It is not a wholesale tax, and it does not double tax alcohol as it goes through the system.
Okay, can we exempt local breweries versus supermarket, package stores, large corporate entities, if you will?
That's not a question that I had considered in drafting the ordinance, and I would not know that answer sitting here tonight at 11 o'clock. I would have to research it and get back to you.
Assemblyperson Gamble.
Yeah. And so when this goes on the ballot, it's not going to say, the language isn't going to say, oh, by the way, in Palmer, your new alcohol tax is going to be 9%. And it's not going to say in Wasilla, your new alcohol tax is going to be 8.5%. It's not going to say that it's stacked. And so I think there's a lot of people out there that aren't going to understand that this is going to, in the cities, and I don't live in the city, but in the cities, it's going to significantly raise the price of alcohol. So I don't know how you go about educating, the people in the cities that this is going to severely affect them. And I'm with you, Assemblymember Bowles. I'm a low tax, no tax kind of guy, and I just can't get behind this. Thank you.
Further discussion? Assemblyperson Sumner.
I'm with you guys. I am also a low tax, no tax guy, but that's how we get to the point where everything is stacked on the backs of the property tax owners. So I just wanted to point that out. I think I'm also voting no, but because I'm right there with you, no tax, low tax, but that's where we got to where we are.
Okay. Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree. But if things happen well in the next couple of weeks, we could get rid of property taxes or a large portion of it.
November.
Point of order, understood.
No, I said November.
Oh. No, correct.
We
November.
we can't pass your ordinance in the next 2 weeks.
Correct. But that's kind of what the way I'm thinking is. You're absolutely correct. But if we remove 2/3 of property taxes and then bring in a sales tax and spread that burden across everybody that comes to the borough, that's a little different than adding a new tax on top of all the other tax, in my opinion. So.
Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you raise these taxes significantly and you start running businesses out of business, then your revenues start drying up. And so you're kind of, not accomplishing what you've set out to accomplish.
Assemblyperson Pownell.
I didn't see, at least I'm looking, I am right now as a scanning. Maybe question to Shan, do we have a approximate prediction, the number that would come with it? I know it's almost impossible to predict that considering we got that, but I would like to see if that's okay with the assembly to ask her opinion what this might do number wise, based on the estimates that you would have.
Through the mayor, I'll open with this, like for all the new tax proposals, marijuana, alcohol, sales, and then we'll get to another version of the sales and the severance tax, all of that have been talked about. There's a website out there for the public where all of that's been consolidated. And the finance department has created a memorandum for each tax proposal that estimates what the revenues for each of those taxes are. So that's already on Granicus and available to the public. Now, with that said, we can go specific on this one because we've been texting and she's got the numbers.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Bonoff, Scheinheil, Finance Director. So the memo that went with this legislation when it was submitted at 10% said we could raise potentially between 6 and 15 million. So if you drop the percentage in half, you're talking 3 to 7.5 million in revenues. But that's just based on per capita estimate of how much has been raised in Anchorage.
Okay, thank you. I still support it.
Okay, further discussion. Assemblyperson McKee.
I was surprised to hear that alcohol wasn't currently taxed. I just thought everybody did that. So, but we don't. There's not been any tax on it so far. That's correct? There is no tax on that? That's stunning to me. And I'll tell you, we are America we are a culture who drinks. We just do that. It's just part of who we are. And we already went through the prohibition thing and everybody got, even then, people managed to have a drink. I'm not going to drive to Costco if I want a beer. I'm going to be out here and I'm probably going to go to his bar. But, because I have a lot of times. So I think this is perfectly reasonable. It's not that big a hit. And I think it should, again, I thought we were already doing it.
Mr. Attorney, do you have some input?
So it is not currently taxed by the Mat-Su Borough. Of course, in the cities, they have a general sales tax that applies to all goods and services. And so it is taxed within the cities, but we don't tax it.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers.
And that was the point I was going to make. So suddenly you might have a 9% sales tax. You go to the bar in Wasilla or Palmer, and then, you have a 5% outside of that. So it is already taxed in the cities, which is where a lot of the drinking goes on.
Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for the attorney. Is there a state tax on alcohol?
There is, I know on spirits, I don't know, I'm looking at these guys. Yeah. There is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but not sales. They're excise taxes. So they're a little different in terms of how they apply in terms of the percentages and stuff like that.
right. Yeah. But a tax is a tax. So
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, further discussion. Okay, is there objection? There is objection, okay.
I can get the members to go ahead and vote. Madam Mayor, it is passed with Assemblymember Campbell, Bowles, and Nowers opposed.
Okay. Ready, so.
Ordinance 26063, an ordinance accepting and appropriating grant in the amount of $44,000 from the Alaska State Department of Health and Social Services for a project for the continued management of points of dispensing sites that will be used to distribute medicines or vaccines to residents and visitors in our area in the event of an incident that requires large numbers of people to receive preventative medicines and medications. With accompanying resolution 2648, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for a grant in the amount of $44,000 from the Alaska State Department of Health and Social Services for the continued management of points of dispensing sites project.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 26-063 and resolution 26-048. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Is anybody here that would like to testify on either this ordinance or this resolution? Do we have anybody online? We do not. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 26-063 and resolution 26-048.
Okay, discussion by the assembly. Assemblyperson Bowles, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've got concerns with this. Just recently resigning from the state with a healthcare admin background. This also kind of screams of the COVID era. I'm curious if we can get maybe a staff report as to why this would be necessary. Why, with the third largest grossing industry being the pharmaceutical industry, why we as the government would need to set up mobile entities to give vaccines on their behalf. And maybe I'm just misunderstanding the intent behind this grant, but I just, reading this, it's not sitting well.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Bowles, Cheyenne Handle Finance Director. This is a grant we've gotten for at least 3 years that I'm aware of, probably more, that allows us in the event like a COVID type incident to set up dispensing sites. This grant currently, the way it is written, pays for portion of our EOC staff wages. It pays for training, travel to training, and supplies and software to manage the program.
Assemblyperson Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Cheyenne, so what points of dispensing sites do we currently manage?
I cannot answer that question. I can just tell you what's in the grant document. That would be a question for Casey.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Cheyenne, I appreciate that. So with this grant, I know you usually do outs or requirements. So if we receive these funds from the state, if another COVID situation happens, is the borough then under the direction of the state because of this grant, or can the borough still say, no, we're not requiring all of the silliness, like was going on in 2020?
Go ahead.
So through the mayor, I don't know if we can say no if there's any hooks in the grant specifically, but remember, these points of dispensing sites are all voluntary. They're not, this isn't like mandatory vaccinations. What it is a preparedness thing. So if the state has to do something, we have this funding, which is not an extraordinary amount of money, to help pay EM staff to manage the program, be trained. It offsets some of their wages. So if the state were to call on us, we are prepared to assist and set up these sites. We don't typically execute it, but you look at it and you go, yeah, it's probably a spinoff of COVID where they were looking at how can we be better prepared as a community to offer this to residents should they be needed.
Okay.
I still have concerns with this. I see this as too much government. If there's another situation where we have an industry-led pandemic, then we're stuck with a grant to participate in that industry-led pandemic without the ability to say no or maybe hand the money back. I just don't know if this is a good idea. I think that we need to maybe maintain our autonomy, and we also, as the second-class borough, don't have code that regulates health services, in my understanding, unless maybe there's something that allows this.
Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, so the points of dispensing grants do a couple of things. If you go through the page 7 of the IM, talks about paying for the EOC specialist and the EOC secondary specialist. I think it's 0.6 of an FTE for a year at a rate of $22,000. And then the rest of it's travel training for that staff to be trained. And then the rest is basically office supplies, pens, markers, totes, training aids and equipment, gaffers and tape, cord keepers, gloves, replacement, shelving, janitorial, housekeeping supplies. So the points of dispensing, my understanding from talking to Mr. Barkley in the past is that if the state needed places to house, store, and then distribute from, that would be their agreement with us. We do not have health powers. You are absolutely right. And during COVID, doesn't matter what type of grants we have, it doesn't matter who gives us money, we lack the power to tell people, you must wear a mask, you must take a shot, you must get treatment, because we don't have the power to do that. What we do have the power to do is enter into agreement with the state to let them use our facilities, let them store things, let them potentially provide dispensing from their end out of our facilities. And that's my understanding of more so what this grant is, and to help pay for our personnel in those facilities to keep them up and running if an event happens.
Okay, Deputy Mayor and then Sumner and now. Oh, okay. Assemblyperson.
Yeah, I share your concerns that there, if there are hooks in this grant, I think that there probably are not. I would suggest that we just pass it tonight. You collect more information from staff tomorrow, and then if you still have reticence, then you could file for reconsideration, and I would support that at the next meeting with that additional information. But I think that I didn't see any red flags, and it's getting pretty late at night tonight, so let's keep moving.
Assemblyperson Hours. No. Okay. Assemblyperson Fana.
Mr. Bowles, I think let's just assume we think like, oh, these money how it comes with something. For one, it doesn't have a local match, which is a good thing. But the second, do you think if we just say no to it and money stays with the state, do you believe they would spend it better than we do? I don't think so. So for that reason, I'll go ahead and support this.
Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for me, this isn't about us receiving free money to spend. This is about control, and higher echelons of government can control lower echelons of government through grants and these types of things. And I know this because I worked for the government for a long time, and that's my concern. 44 grand is nothing. That's a drop in the bucket. My concern is the tie. Will the borough be tied and have to follow orders from the state if we accept this grant, if something like the COVID industry-led pandemic happens again? That's my concern.
Okay, further discussion, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I call the question.
Assemblyperson McKee. Okay.
Make your lights on.
Oh, thank you. Okay, is there any objection to calling the question? No objection, then Madam Clerk.
I can get the members in the room to vote on the ordinance and resolution. Assemblyperson Nowers. Passed with Assemblymember Bowles opposed. Ordinance 26064, an ordinance reappropriating $10,000 from the 2023 fiscal year area-wide budget appropriation to fish passage improvements for the Cottonwood Creek Pike Barrier Project, the accompanying resolution 26049, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Cottonwood Creek Pike Barrier Project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this ordinance and this resolution. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Is there anyone that would like to testify on this ordinance or this resolution? Do we have anybody online? No? Okay, I'll close public hearing. And Assemblyperson Faunal.
I move to adopt ordinance 26064 and resolution 26049. And if I will speak on it, if Mr. Bull said $44,000 is nothing, $10,000 it would less than nothing. So, but this is for a good cause. I think Mr. Bernier was explaining importance of the pike and trying to, minimize that. So good. Let's just pass it and move.
Any other discussion? Any objection? Seeing and hearing no objection, then the legislation passes. The next item on our agenda is audience participation. And if you didn't testify at the first audience participation and would like to testify now, then you are welcome.
Good evening, Mayor,
No.
Manager, Assembly, staff. My name is Moki 2. I put a bid in for doing the Big Lake RSA. I sat up there on that podium when it all started. The contracts went up over 200%. It's crazy. I couldn't do anything about it. I'm here now to do something about it. I put in a bid for you. I'm going to do a great job. I hope you award me the contract. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I've seen some movement back over there. If you testified under the public hearing, you can still testify, and you didn't testify under the first audience, then you can testify now. It seems like you had figured that out before I went through that whole rigmarole.
Yes. Wes Hart's, Palmer Bar. One of the things that I want you guys to think about is inflation has gone through the roof. Perfect example. Last summer, at the end of last summer, I was paying about $36 for a case of lettuce. Now it's about $78. You guys are, I think, maybe out of touch of what some of the issues with some of us are dealing with. Please talk to people. The common people are hurting. Yes, you guys are looking at property taxes and going, hey, how can we get this? Everybody is hurting right now. How about we look to see if there's major corporations we can tax and up the taxes on them? Maybe we can make it where everyone pays property tax and where there's no exemptions. There's a lot of different things to look at. I saw your eyebrows go up. It's hard for everyone out there. And it's, like I was saying earlier, I'm paying for my employees to keep them going. I'm trying to keep them moving and going. They're all struggling, okay, at what I'm trying to pay them. It's everyone is having issues. You guys got to realize that we're all struggling to survive. And yeah, I'm the Palmer Bar. I'll probably do fine in the long run, and I'll change it. Yes, have I already seen people start coming in? Yeah, they used to come in like 3 or 4 times a month. Now they come in once a month. Sales is down. Another thing about the sales tax, when I buy my kegs from Frank, I pay retail. Okay, so by the time we're getting hit that 5% twice, if it's on the alcohol tax that the people are going to pay. I do not charge taxes. Taxes are included when I do my pricing in the bar. People want to come in and spend $4, but the way everyone's talking about taxing with the city of Palmer and the assembly, I'm going to actually make a tax line, and that's going to come back on you guys when they were like, oh, we are now paying 9%. That's going to the assembly and to the city. We don't do it. A lot of businesses are sitting there struggling, and they're just trying to keep their employees employed. We're getting ready to see a hard time come. So we have to look at seeing where the money actually is. Is there any corporations that we can go after as a community? We have to save our communities. But it's just watching the way prices are going up. I don't understand how some of these businesses are going to be able to make it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else that would like to address the assembly? Okay, do we have anybody online? Oh, we do have one person online. Go ahead. Go ahead, who's online, please?
Hi, I was calling in on the ordinance 26075 for the Big Lake RSA award, and I was just wanted to be heard. that I think that you guys should take a real long look at that. There was tons of complaints. It wasn't done well the first time around. It's been a point of discussion, and people were not happy. And is it going to be better for less money? No. Is it going to be better for more money? No. So
Ma'am, can I get
think
you to
that you
state
guys
your
should
name,
really-
please, for the record?
Vicky Cutler.
Thank you.
And-
Sorry, you can
So-
continue.
And what ordinance was it,
That's
ma'am?
pretty much it. I'll keep it short, but 26-075.
Oh, AM, okay. Already, thank you. You have anything else, ma'am? You have more time.
Nope, just that. If you would, I just caution you guys to look at that because it was not well done in the past, and I think that speaks for itself if you look into it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online? We do not have anybody else online. I'll go ahead and close audience participation. Now we are to the consent agenda. Does the assembly have anything to pull?
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
I would like to pull AM 26-075 from the consent agenda.
Okay. Anybody have anything else to pull? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Resolution 26053, a resolution extending the date of completion of the Brett Ice Arena Storage Building project through June 30th, 2027. Resolution 26056, a resolution requesting the state of Alaska designate the Old Glen Highway as an official safety corridor and provide funding for the planning, design, and construction of a multi-phased improvement project on the Old Glen Highway to address traffic safety concerns and ensure adequate alternate access to interior Alaska. Resolution 26057, a resolution supporting a free disposal of earth materials to the Alaska Railroad Corporation for use as an in-kind match for completion of the Port McKenzie Rail Extension. AM 26064, approval of contract amendment for contract number 13025P with Harris Consulting to extend the contract to June 30th, 2028 in an amount not to exceed $80,400 per year, subject to annual appropriation for state lobbyist services. AM 26065, approval of additional utility relocation cost in the amount of $27,150 to Matanuska Electric Association for the Jolly Creek Drainage Improvement Phase 1 and Phase 2 project in Big Lake Service Area Number 21, and approval of the approval to extend the completion date to December 31st, 2026. AM 26067, approval of utility relocation costs in the amount of $130,923 to NSTAR Natural Gas Company for the Jolly Creek Drainage Improvement Project in Big Lake Road Service Area Number 21. AM 26068, award of quote number 26155Q to P&D Engineers in the contract amount not to exceed $123,550 to provide engineering consulting services and construction management for upgrades to Lewis Loop Bridge under term contract number 26096P. AM 26069, approval of utility relocation costs in the amount of $125,164.07 to MTA Communications for the West Herkimer Drive and South Spring Drive improvement projects and Meadow Lakes Road Service Area Number 27, and approval to extend the project completion date to December 31st, 2026. AM 26071, approval of change order number 6 for contract number 22135B with Shannon and Wilson for the Central Landfill Water Quality Services contract to add $22,532 for fiscal year 2027. AM 26072, awarded bid number 26149B to Battleground in the contract amount of $113,300 to provide right-of-way debris removal from the 2025 winter windstorm. AM 26073, authorization to vacate the existing section line easement from Lot 9 Enchanted Forest subdivision, plat number 7150, to be known as Lot 9, Block 15, Enchanted Forest subdivision. The property is located directly north of West King Arthur Drive, north of North Parks Highway, and west of Prater Lake, located within the southwest 1/4 section 25, Township 18 North, Range 3 West, Seward Meridian.
Deputy Mayor?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into by the clerk.
Is there any objection? Okay, then hearing none, the consent agenda has been approved. Madam Clerk.
AM 26075 awarded bid number 26157B to Two's Inc. and the contract amount of $1,116,525.33 for the Big Lake Road Service Area Annual Road Maintenance rebid, pulled by Assemblymember Gamble.
Okay, we gotta move, sir, and then discuss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move AM 26-075 and the accompanying bid 26-157B. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes.
So there's been a lot of discussion tonight about representation of our communities and the people that live within those communities. And I've been asked to have this bid pulled and that the contract not be awarded to Two's Incorporated. I'd like to remind the Assembly that the RSA 21 board forwarded a resolution to us not supporting the contract being awarded to Two's Inc. This contract does not affect any other district. It only affects mine. Doesn't affect any other RSAs except for RSA 21, and it doesn't affect the borough as a whole. So it's just specific to my district. And so I'm asking that you support me in this because this is the wishes of the vast majority of my constituents in RSA 21 and the RSA 21 Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Further discussion? Deputy Mayor?
I heard two people talk against two today. We, in my district, we took a Ficklin. They had problems within the last 18 months, and we gave them a pass. Said, okay, they're going to do a better job. Moki had complaints in 2015, I believe, or 13 or something like that, 10 or 11 years ago. I think it's time to give him a pass and to honor our bidding. That guy out right back there, Russ, and his staff. Okay, they go through a lot of work to get these out. And if we start taking number 2 and number 3, the contractors are just going to lose faith in us. I would.
Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, we went through this whole thing before. We spent a lot of time on it. We heard everything Bill said before. We heard it tonight. There's nothing has changed. I am not bound to vote for something in your district because it's not in my district. And so, but a whole nother trip is redemption. That's what our laws are about. You do the crime, you do the time, and then you're done. Then people can't just, as you're coming out of the jail cell, start throwing rocks at you. You can't do that. That's not how we operate. So second chances and redemption is something we ought to do. Otherwise, perhaps someone should introduce an amendment, looking at you, that never again, never, ever allow this man to bid again. We got a guy back there, that's what he does for a living. He says this is a responsible, and lowest bid. There's nothing else to be said about that. And I heard people who had voted against this Mr. Two's bid last time say, you should go to the lowest bidder. Well, if Russ ain't doing his job, then we need to get, I'm sorry, Russ, you need to come in. Can we have him come up and talk about talk about this thing? He did before, but maybe it's time to refresh our memories.
20 minutes.
May I? Yeah, I mean,
we
that's,
got
I'm
20
mindful of
minutes
time.
before the meeting's over.
I'll make a quick
That's
statement
right.
about the
Yeah.
process, if that's
Yeah.
okay. So to be clear, both times Mr. Two's Inc. was brought forward for the RSA 21 bid, I want to speak to process. He was deemed responsible and responsive. Okay, so we followed borough code and bringing it. It is totally within the purview of the assembly to decide what contracts get approved. That's why we bring you so many AMs on the consent agenda. It is correct to say that the performance issues that were discussed happened 10 years ago, or longer-ish. I had a conversation with Mr. Two last week, similar to the conversation I had with Mr. Ficklin when we had a question about those performance concerns. In the end, we'll make it work either way because that's our job. Our job is to bring it to you, and Russ and his staff, Public Works and their staff, followed borough code and brought you the answer. It's still your discretion to determine how that contract or what contracts get approved. So I recognize that, but there have been some public comments around the process and why and how, because it was 10 years ago. Yes, we brought it forward. Yes, he was the low bidder the first time. It got voted down by the assembly, so we ended up having to go back out to a rebid. That's why we're where we are today. And again, I would, in the essence of being consistent in the process, if this gets voted down, I'll probably bring you the next low bidder that was on this bid, just like we did the last time, just so that you understand where we are. We're bringing it forward. Twos was responsive and responsible by code.
Okay, further discussion, Assemblyperson Fana.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to delay. We kind of went back and forth, and there was some personal animosity in the past. And then when, one assembly member, I think it was 27, wanted to see things vote one way, and then the rest of the assembly kind of dispersed. So I think ultimately we get to, not just one individual gets to decide, but we as a body. So the rebid went, and the price got even lower. The other ones are higher. Overall, this lowers compared to what the current price is paying is significant less. I think regardless who's holding this contract, I would instruct the Tom Adams and those people who implement this contract to hold to same standard. I believe when somebody went through a suspended period or was not allowed to bid, they're gonna be kind of like watched under microscope in some ways to find flaws. And I don't think we should be the kind of government that has a double standard. If they are performing well, if they're doing their job, regardless what happened 10 years ago, we'll have an opportunity to go in 1 year from now, or even earlier, in about 10 months from now, to for us to get the staff report and say, is the performance been good, mediocre, or does need to be improvements? I think we'll have a discussion at that time to say, all right, maybe we need to look for a new contractor because this was saved us so much money, but we also sacrificed partially maybe the quality of service. But if we get same service and significant price savings, I think we should award this today.
Further discussion? Is there objection to the motion?
If I can get the members in the room to vote on AM 26075. Assembly member, thank you. Madam Mayor, it has failed of the Assembly member Fanoff, McKee, and Bernier in support.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so now we're to unfinished business, right?
Unfinished business, ordinance 2615, an ordinance to purchase the adjacent lot next to the Big Lake Lions Recreation Center in the amount of $110,000 and to classify the land as reserved use lands for the purpose of sewer system lot.
Okay, the main motion is on the floor. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection?
I object.
Assemblyperson McKee?
Yeah, I went through, when we went through this before, I thought we had pretty much exhausted the sale of the Big Lake thing, and then all of a sudden, it's like, kind of new things kept getting sprung on us. And I voted for the first package. This is $110,000 of our taxpayer money that, if we needed it sometime in the future, maybe we talk to the person who actually does end up buying it. But it's not a good look right now.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Mayor, through the mayor to Ms. McKee, this was brought up because a couple of assembly members expressed concern and wanted to go out and look at it themselves. This was disclosed in the initial report before we ever bought this rec center. So this was not a surprise. This was all on public record and done well in advance of the sale of the rec center. I think it became unfinished business because two assembly members wanted to go look at it. So I'll defer to Mr. Sumner since he's waving his hand.
Okay.
Yes, I was one of the two assembly members that went out and looked at it. I did have questions about it, why would we need to buy this lot if we already have a septic easement on there? I looked at, professionally, I do install septic systems and even large commercial septic systems. And I believe this is an instance of stepping over a dollar to save a dime. Like, this is an expensive lot, but it is a large parcel. It's an asset. I think the fire department's expressed interest in using part of it. And I think they would probably, if and when, well, not if, because all septic systems do eventually fail. When the Big Lake Lions Club septic system fails, it'll have to be replaced. And if you have the entire lot, you can place a septic system beside the existing septic system, which is drastically cheaper than a replace in place. I estimated probably $40,000 to $60,000 in additional cost to replace in place in the same exact spot, which is what would have to happen if you did not own this lot and you had to put the septic back in the same easement. I did consult with the attorney. It does seem like the existing easement does grant the ability to replace in place. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but I think that it's a better decision in the long run to purchase this lot for the benefit of the taxpayers.
Okay, further, yes, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Yeah, real quick. I went out there to listen to Assemblymember Sumner because he is the expert in this, and I just wanted to hear what staff had to say and Max. So I'm relying on his expertise, and since he's recommending it, I'm going to support it also. Thank you.
Is there objection to the motion? There is. Okay, Madam Clerk.
If I can get,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
I
sir.
was gonna just say a point. This is one of those things that it makes sense and in some ways, but I guess I kind of want to connect the two dots here. In some ways, it's a I think by default, it seems like when we vote in favor of something and against favor of something, there's a personal interest to, not award contract to somebody. But in this case, knowing that this overall, I guess I could say like, I oppose this just because you oppose something that I did. I'm going to support in this, but I would love for you to take something from this discussion that we should do the right thing, regardless of personal animosity or previous bad behavior or opponents and things like that. So I'll support this, but I just hope that in the future we don't trade votes for something. I think it's the wrong thing to do. So.
So I will have objection then.
Yeah, I just want to reply to that. If Assemblymember Sumner would have recommended not to do this, then I would have gone along and not wanted to do it. This isn't trading bullets. It's doing something that's going to benefit the borough in the long run. Yeah, so thank you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles.
Yeah, I have to speak to that. Assemblymember Gamble's RSA, we supported him, we supported his district, we supported his RSA. I would hope that everybody here would do the same for me, and we would do the same for you. This isn't, I think that the language of trading votes is inappropriate. So I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Okay, Assemblyperson, I don't know which one of you.
I think I was first.
Oh, okay, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, well, we're kind of mixing up two different things that we're voting on, but I don't agree with Mr. Gamble. When I hear somebody say, well, I voted for his because he voted for mine, that's called trading votes. And that's not, I don't trade votes with anybody for anything. And sometimes I've agreed with somebody on something, and then I hear more testimony say, nope, not me, baby, I am now, because I listen.
Madam Mayor,
And I
10 minutes and we are off topic.
Yeah,
We are way off
so have
topic.
the other two speakers been off topic, so I just wanted to throw that in there. As far as this thing is concerned, though, Big Lake it's a recreation area, even if it didn't have a freaking building on there, because that's a big lake, there's boats and all those kind of wonderful things to do, and now we've just said, let's just pump it up
Okay.
another $110,000. I don't think we need to do that.
Okay, all right, Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, back on topic. One other thing that I forgot to mention is when I went out there and visited, it was still winter, and what I can't remember his name, but the operations manager pointed out that the Big Lake Lions Club, unfortunately, is built very, very close to that property line, and there's really no place to to store snow, which operationally is a difficult thing if we don't buy this lot. So that also kind of, may weighed on my decision of, this might be the wiser course to buy this. It has nothing to do with trading
Can I call
votes.
the question? I was just asking if I could call the question, because we have 10 minutes and we still have a lot of stuff to do. So anyway, but we do have an objection.
If I can get the members to go ahead and vote. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember McKee and Bernier, or no, excuse me. Yeah, Assemblymember McKee and Bernier opposed.
Okay. Alrighty, so there are no vetoes, and Madam Clerk, when you get a minute, would you read the items into the introductions?
Introduction for public hearing on June 16th is ordinance 26039 with accompanying resolution 2625, ordinance 2666, ordinance 2669 with accompanying resolution 2654, ordinance 2660 with accompanying resolution 2655, ordinance 26071, and ordinance 26072.
Okay, yes, Deputy Mayor.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into by the clerk and set the public hearings for June 16th, 2026.
Is there any discussion from the Assembly? Any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the legislation has been introduced. Deputy Mayor, vacancy report.
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. MSB Fish and Wildlife Commission, resignation of Michael Bowles. Plating Board, Roman Fonoff. Big Lake RSA, number 21, Jonathan Tyler. Chase Trail SSA, number 134, Christopher Bauer.
Okay, discussion. Any
I'd like to
objection?
move to divide the question and take the nomination of Roman Fonoff separately. And I can speak to that.
Sure.
I just have the same objection that I had the last time a family member, an assembly member was proposed for the planning commission. There's already a Fonoff sitting on the assembly. And there's now one on the planning commission. This would put one on the plating board, and there's no prohibition on doing this. I know in code, we're supposed to also avoid the appearance of conflict of interest. So it is not personal in any way, but I think these are the key boards that have decision-making capability in the borough, and to have a member of one family, whether you got a big family or not, blood is thicker than water. And I just think it has a bad appearance, and there's a lot of boards. So I do not think we should put Mr. Fonoff forward for the plating board. I do think he applied for some other advisory boards, and I think that would be good, but it's just the same objection I had last time.
Okay, so it was a question to divide the question, so we vote on that first, right? Okay, Assemblyperson Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to speak. There are no other applicants. So to me, in my mind, if the person's qualified, which this person is, it's the only applicant. Roman. I'm looking here. Okay. Okay.
So is there
Okay.
objection to dividing the question?
Still objection, yes. If
Okay.
the person's qualified, we need to move them forward.
Okay, we do have an objection to dividing the question.
Can I get the members in the room to vote on dividing the question? Madam Mayor, it failed with Assemblymember Nowers in support.
Okay. So now we will go back to the recommendations of the vacancy report. Any further discussion by the Assembly? Does anybody have an objection? We do have an objection. It's 5 minutes, sir. I'm sorry.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the main motion of the vacancy report. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed.
Okay. So there's no other new business. There are no referrals or no recommendations, parting remarks, Mr. Attorney.
No more comments. Thank you for the evaluation today. Everyone have a good night.
Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments.
They're going to be brief. This is, again, one of the second times that I've been embarrassed by this assembly for the vote on Mr. Tu's contract. I think that's outrageous, and I don't trade votes, and nobody owns me, and I don't do anything for anybody but what I believe is right. And I think what we did tonight was wrong.
Assembly Sumner, parting comments.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, parting comments.
I agree. It's sad to see politics take a toll on the borough residents themselves, where we actually have to spend more money of the taxpayers' money. Lord, please forgive us for our sins. Please bless the valley. Lord, thank you for our veterans, our first responders. We love you. We praise you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Assemblyperson Nowers.
Yeah, I'm also disappointed. I think there were so many people that came out tonight to share their concerns as property owners and taxpayers in the valley, and we are not listening to them. There's so many problems with gravel pits, and the thing we do is weaken public input. You know, a couple weeks ago, we said there's nobody in the room, so people must be happy with it. And then we have a filled room and lots of emails, and we say, what about the other people who didn't show up? I think it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but I do think that we need to address the things that are happening to property owners in the valley and listen to them when they say, this is my right as a taxpayer when my property is affected, and not put them on the sidelines. The good news is we will be talking about gravel more. We have gravel tax coming up next week, as well as other taxes. I hope you'll look at the proposal I have, as well as Mr. Bowles, and pack some snacks. It could go long.
Nope. Parting comments, Assemblyperson.
1 minute.
Oh, I thought you were going to say.
No, sorry. No, we got
The Bowles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just thank you, District 1, for putting me in this seat. It's a privilege to serve you. And I just, I think it was a very good meeting. And I think that I understand that there are personalities as far as that Big Lake area. But when a fellow member of the Assembly, that RSA board, essentially every entity out there agrees, I think we should probably give that Assembly member respect, whether it be Bill, Dimitri, Stephanie, whoever, and that's where my mind was. So just putting that out there. It's midnight. I'm tired. Thank you.
Parting comments.
No comment.
Parting comments.
Again, I will echo what Ms. McKee said. I hope one of the 4 people are considered, because there was a personality and a personal agenda was involved. And I don't think we should be doing that. We're setting a bad precedence twice in a row. And we need to hold the same standard, everyone, not just one person.
I adjourn the meeting at 11:59.
Right on time. Thank you, everyone.